In a wonderful day. It is August 12th, 2025. And this is it, man. We're finally getting some big data. If anything seasonal is going to happen, it's probably going to happen now, depending on what we get. And even following it, we are going to get a lot of data, PPI, retail sales, and all of that. But a lot of people have their eyes on it. Now, here's the deal. Hot or not, we know that we might have to deal with a conversation, retail sales and all of that, but we might have to deal with a conversation about stagflation or if the data comes in lopsided. But all in all, I think you guys know the debate. Everyone's going to be asking, is this the tariffs feeding through? Are we playing that game? Or do we have evidence of something that's actually good? So we're going to find out, but there's a lot riding on it. I think today is going to be a big day. It's actually very interesting. Because I'll tell you this, I was looking at a preview here in the morning, and again, the data is going to come out here in about 7 minutes. They're about 0.2, 0.3 is the expectation, anything around 0.4. We talked about that on some of the other ones. That's a pretty big month over month, but that being said, I will tell you this. In a weird way, I think the market is not pricing in a lot. Because I saw this from JP Morgan, and they're pretty much saying that if we get a month over month core above 0.4, we could go down 1.25%. But that seems very small to me. So I think whatever this chart is saying, it might be double it, give it to the next person. So I think if we get a 0.4, I think we could go like 2.5%. Remember, it's been many months without a 2-3% move. So I think today it could be a little bit bigger if we get a hot print. If it comes in, 0.2 and below, 0.25 and below, I think it's actually going to be a good print. And then it's just going to be about the metrics. So we'll see what happens. We only got about 5 minutes, Chatadonia, and then we're going to chill for a little. So we are very, very early. I'll get you some good mornings in a little. I hope you're doing good, baby. How y'all living? I got something, man. So I got to get y'all hyped, man. So I do have a little bit of a preview, but I wouldn't overthink it. Again, there is a couple of factors. I think used car sales and cars are actually expected to chill out, even auto insurance. And, some of the factors you've been worried about with inflation, it's not the same. Again, we saw a lot of back and forth with airline and travel. Obviously, housing. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but Supercore, owner's equivalent rent and how all of that's been documented as far as inflation, that's a big part of it. So depending on how that plays too, if housing rips or not, that could really be the set all be all. Other than that, energy too, where is it? Energy should be up here. Is this core? Oh yeah, that's why. This is core. I was going to say, and I hope you guys realize that there's a big difference between core and not. Believe it or not, headline is going to come lower. So that's kind of one of those things that makes me, again, I think if you really want to see tariff impacts, I think we're going to need headline to start outpacing again, because for now it's core, and that just means oil, energy, and a lot of other things aren't as pervasive as they were at the first half of inflation, again, during 2020, 2021. So either way, Chad, I'm sure we are gonna, the truth. You're gonna find out the truth very, very soon. But I have that, and I think that's pretty much it, my friends. I think that one might be it, Habibi. I think that might be it. All right, so we got a couple minutes here. And then again, there is going to be debates depending on if it comes in hot or not. Remember, the BLS, the guy that Donald Trump fired, or the lady 2 weeks ago, that is part of the CPI. They collect it. So that's one part of it. And then just don't forget, I keep saying last Friday, but really it was 2 Fridays ago. Just remember the non-farms. That is what we are in today. So this is why I'm saying the next couple of minutes are going to be crucial. If you have been watching the market, the stream, I've been telling you, this was the Thursday, Friday, Jerome Powell non-farms. We got another week there, but notice we're still in the range. So that's what I'm saying. If we are going to break out above it, have some more all-time highs, or go below it, I think that could be a result of the data. All right, they're expecting 0.2 rise, but core CPI seen accelerating. Headline forecast to the third straight month of 2.8. Markets will be watching closely. Strong core could challenge September cut-odds. How you do economic release? How you do inflation pricing? Consumer price PDF? Somebody go, any computer guys, go to the BLS, see if it's already there. I feel like, remember that happened? And they actually coded the wrong one. So yeah, I part of it, I'm sure some people are going to be eyes out for errors. But keep that in mind, though, revision. So if we actually see a CPI revision or anything of that nature, that's going to be the talk of the town, my friends. I wonder what Trump is going to say. That's what I'm saying. Depending on what it comes in as, I'm sure no matter what, there's going to be an asterisk, right? Because of what happened, everyone's like, well, is it because of Trump? Is it not because of Trump? All right, 2 minutes, my friends, 2 minutes. It's going to be a great day. Amen. Praise God. It's going to rip today. If we get a good print, nothing that speaks to stagflation, if it confirms more likelihood of rate cuts, then yeah. Because again, if the data comes in really good at this point with how things played out, you can't get it'd actually be really good for the market if we don't have inflation to worry about. So again, everybody's waiting for the pass-through, the tariffs and all of that. So it's been a really long time and we haven't had that yet. So the longer we avoid it, that is what has got the market here and has given us something to look forward to. Industry guidance suggests stickier shock could arrive with the fall model. July CPI may still be muted, but price hikes could be built into Q4. Are you kidding me? So they're already telling you to look for the next one. That's what I just read. Despite auto tariffs taking in effect, new vehicle prices fell last CPI, according to Santander. Headline to climb. All right, 1 minute. And then give it like 5-10 minutes. You'll know right away. And then after that, you'll be good to go. You will be good to go. I got the weed stocks up again. Intel, they didn't do bad. All right, 30 seconds. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a coat. 20 seconds. Again, watch the core. That's the thing. If core shows above 3, then just be prepared for freak out. Anything below 3, you're in line. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're off. 0.2 on the headline. And 0.3 for core. So came in. Damn, energy dropped 1.1. And then real average weekly earnings went up. But yeah, you got 2.7 on headline. And then core came in at 3.1. Ooh, interesting. Market is taking it good. You got a 3.1 on core, but then headline didn't go up as much. So watch out, though. I don't know how long this green candle will last, but core came in high. Back to February levels. You got 2 months in a row of rising. So for the most part, this is a little bit of a jump, but I think it could have been worse. But I'm not trusting the rip there. So I would wait a little bit for the most part. It's gonna feel good, but you do have a little bit of evidence of it coming up a little. 2 months in a row now. But again, headline came in really low, and then the other wage stuff and everything was good. Let me read the BLS stuff. All right. 0.2 seasonally adjusted after rising 0.3. Index for shelter rose by 0.2, so nothing on housing. And then food away from home, 0.1. Index for gasoline decreased 2.2. Yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, people like it even without core. Because I mean, a lot of it was energy. So even with the core coming up, I need to find what that was. Oh, that's CPI, the headline. The headline does look really good. So the headline rate, that one's stabilizing. And that's what I think people like. But I just don't like the core coming up. But if core follows along and core doesn't go that much higher, this is the only good thing you have. For the most part, because again, that little rise last time and then coming down, but the core has 2 in a row. So you're up by 0.4 right now. Let's see. Let me see, because I thought that prediction wasn't going to be good, but it might. It's saying about 0.25%. We're already up about double that. Yeah. All right. So I think within 0.5%, that might be the range. But I don't think it's that good, honestly. I think the headline's good. I don't like the core print. I think the core will give people some evidence to cry a little bit. But other than that, I think it's very, very neutral. Neutral with a slight bearish tilt, even though the market is taking it up 0.5%. But either way, we're going to go to the next sets of data. We'll see how everybody digests this. Watch the bonds and rate cut odds, and then we'll go from there. Numbers are more or less in line. That's the first comment. All right. Short-term interest rates down after CPI. Keep bets on September and December rate cut odds. I think it keeps the odds there, but I don't think it advances them. That's why I keep saying slight bearish tilt on the core. I don't think it confirms the rate cut odds people wanted, but I also don't think it makes you worried. In a weird way, it's a little bit more stagflationary, but then again, if the core was a lot higher, that would be more scarier. And then with headlines on a downward trend, so that's not as scary. And then again, we got to see even with the jobs, but yeah, for the most part, I think it's very neutral, just with a slightly bearish tilt because headlines up or core, but then headline dropping kind of negates it, but I wouldn't say that. Everybody got a little bit of everything, more or less. And that's what we have been getting. And then everybody plays the game and then looks forward to the next set of data. So I think that is what we got. All right, let's see. Do we have any, where's the propaganda machine?
And used vehicles up 0.5%, so you get a little bit of the tariff impact, a little bit left out of it, and apparel prices up just 0.1% on the month. Still looking to get to the electronics portion of this, which we should see some increases as people buy more stuff from Asia, but I'll get back to you on that one in a second.
Mike, thank you, sir. Tiffany Wildiger-Pimpos is going to join us in the meantime. Tiffany, welcome to the program. Is the store still open for a rate cut in September?
Yeah, I mean, I think the CPI was completely in line with expectations. How we've characterized the sort of tariff-related pass-through, the evidence is that it's happening, but it's happening slower than I think many people expected, going back to April when the more dramatic tariff announcements were first implemented or announced. It's happening more slowly, and across industries, you know, it's more uneven. You know, so I think the broader story here that we're still seeing is that it's very concentrated within goods. It's happening slowly, and outside of that, you know, inflationary pressures look very manageable. So I think for a Federal Reserve, that is a very good sign. You know, in addition to that, there's, I would argue, better news in terms of the so-called second round effects, with higher prices leading to higher wages and getting more into the inflationary process. We've actually seen inflation expectations from various surveys start to moderate. The University of Michigan survey, which we'll get later this week, the longer-term inflation expectation index for that one had accelerated more, but it's moderated more recently. So I think all of this points to, you know, a central bank that can get on with normalizing policy rates back to neutral.
And Tiffany, something we've been exploring throughout the whole of this morning, and to be fair, over the last several months, is whether tariff delayed, the tariff story is delayed by the fact that we've seen fantastic inventory management from some of the retailers at the moment, and that maybe we haven't seen the full extent of this. When would you get comfortable that we've seen the limits of it all?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, you know, we expect a good portion of the pass-through over the next several months, but I think the bottom line is that companies have room. It appears that companies have room as a result of still high margins coming out of the pandemic. Companies have room to sort of more slowly pass this on to consumers, and so what that means is that, you know, goods inflation could be a little bit more persistent over time, but you're not necessarily going to have that bigger surge that many people expected as you get that faster price level adjustment this year. So I think for the Fed, I think that's all good news. You know, the other thing that we see when we look at, you know, a range of data, you know, is that companies so far are absorbing, we think, the lion's share of the additional costs of tariffs. And as I mentioned, they can do it. Their margins were elevated post-pandemic. That has remained the case. And so they do have room here, you know, at least the largest companies have room to sort of manage this process. And we think think that's what they're doing. The other thing is the tax legislation that was recently passed, the One Big Beautiful Bill, that is, reducing the effective tax rates for a lot of companies, especially those companies that are capital intensive. They invest a lot. They're getting, upfront expensing tax credits, and that will help offset the impact of the tariffs as well. A lot of those tax credits were retroactive for 2025. So all of that just means that companies do have a little bit of flexibility here and can manage the pass-through rate.
So, Tiffany, are you basically saying that because of the One Big Beautiful Bill, companies are able to eat more of the higher tariffs from this administration?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that that's the case. Now what we estimate in terms of the tax savings in aggregate for 2025 is around 150 billion. The tariff tax collections that are happening, we annualize at about 350 billion. So the tax legislation is not completely offsetting the additional taxes paid by tariffs, but it certainly is in mitigating some of it. And so that's why, we've argued you'll still see, we think, some pass-through of higher tariffs onto prices. You'll get some price adjustment. But we think the risk here is just that it takes longer than many people are expecting. And the inflationary effects of this in the back half of this year are somewhat less. And again, that just sets the Federal Reserve up to, continues to restart its cutting cycle to get back ultimately to neutral policy rates.
Tiffany Wilding of PIMCO. Tiffany, thank you. It's got to catch up and get your reaction to the inflation report. The numbers just dropping about 8 minutes ago, in line with expectations. Headline month-over-month CPI coming in at 0.2%. The core number, stripping out food and energy, coming in at 0.3%, leaving the door open for a rate reduction at the Federal Reserve. Weighing on yields at the front end of the curve, yields down, unlocking higher equity markets this morning as well, up by 0.5% on the S&P 500. That follows the first look at this data. Let's get a second and third look at this data with Mike and McKee. Mike, I know you've got more.
Yeah, John, we're looking to see what the impact of tariffs is, and it's very mixed. We are seeing tariff impacts in certain areas, but in some of the areas you'd think would be showing some more movement, they are not. One thing that stands out is tomatoes, up 3.3%. Remember, the president put a tariff on Mexican imported tomatoes. Coffee prices, and we've got a tariff on Brazil, up 2.3%. From Asia, household furnishings are up 0.7%. But appliances down 2.2%, including washing machines down 1.8%. They had moved up a lot in the last couple of reports. Video and audio equipment up 0.8%, however, while toys are only up 0.2%. So you get some that are up, some that are not. There are obviously some pass-throughs from overall tariffs, but we're not seeing a major increase in every category, at least not yet.
Mike, do you think the head of the BLS can get a job back now? I'm joking. Don't answer that. Michael, thank you. Michael McKee, thank you very much. David Kelly of JP Morgan Asset Management with us around the table. David, good morning.
Morning.
Not going to ask you that question. Just want to ask you the following. When will you be comfortable that we've seen the limits of this? How many more months of data do you need?
Oh, we're just getting started. I mean, what we saw today was plenty of inflation without tariff effects. We didn't have a big increase in new car prices. We didn't have a big increase in apparel prices. But let's look at where we did see an increase. Airline fares have come down a lot because the airline industry was very weak. But if you look at the recent data on people going through TSA checkpoints, it's firmed up. And so domestic airline travel is now back on a positive year-over-year basis. We've got a lot of fiscal stimulus going to kick into the economy early next year. But also in the tariffs, even in July, we saw a lot of money collected, but it still equates to about a tariff rate of about 8%. We think this whole tariff rate is going to go up to about 14.5% measured by that later. So we've got most of this tariff increase still ahead of us in terms of just affecting the data. And then, people say, oh, the retailer's going to eat it. No, they're not. They just wrote the check. So of course it looks like they're eating it. Walmart writes a check, but eventually they're going to pass it on. And yes, they've got good margins, but how do they manage to sustain these margins? Because they're great at figuring out how to stiff consumers, and that's what they'll do. And so this thing will feed through. It's just a matter of a number of months. And inflation's going up, but it's going up very steadily, and it will be above, we think, about 3.5% in CPI by the end of the year.
You've made two important points here. One is that you believe that goods prices will continue to firm through the year ahead, and that you're not going to see an offset from services. Is that right?
That's correct, because what's going to happen is the economy is going to be slower in the second half of this year as this goods inflation feeds through. But the big kicker here that people are not talking about is the huge rush of income tax refunds that's going to kick in at the start of next year. It's going to be like an extra stimulus check. And that, we've seen what happens. You give him as a cookie, he's going to want a glass of milk. You give an American consumer a stimulus check, they will spend it. And you're going to have a surge of spending in the first half of next year with limited supply because of all these tariff and supply chain disruptions. You are going to get a second round of inflation, which is going to sustain inflation well above 3%, which begs the question of, why again is the Fed cutting?
Well, that was
if inflation's heading the wrong way slowly.
That was my next question to you. What does the Fed do with this kind of data?
They should stay on hold. I think there's very little argument that in favor of the Fed cutting rates. Rates are not abnormally high. I don't know why they think 3% is a neutral rate in the long run. It doesn't equate to history before the pandemic. I think something 4.5% is more of a neutral rate anyway. But there is no urgency about cutting rates. Now, I think they will cut rates for political reasons, which is very unfortunate, but I don't think they should based on these data.
As you're talking, traders are actually adding to bets of September Fed rate cut because this basically came in line when it comes to inflation. But why for political reasons when actually we saw a trend, 3 months of not so great unemployment numbers?
Well, yeah, but if you look at the overall mosaic of employment, it's still growing. And remember, we've got a labor supply problem too. And one of the things that Jay Powell pointed out is he's not looking at payroll growth, he's looking at the unemployment rate. If we've got fewer jobs being created, but we've got fewer workers, then you've still got a certain amount of inflationary pressure. You just said that the growth potential of the economy has gone down. Well, they can't do anything about that. So if you're not, this economy is not going to spark a huge surge in unemployment. And I think the basic point is by the end of the year, we think maybe 4.5% unemployment. We think over 3% in inflation. They're missing their inflation target by more than unemployment. Therefore, they shouldn't be cutting.
Just tallying this up, though, but you believe they will be cutting. So you've got a Federal Reserve cutting interest rates at a time when inflation is picking up. And the key phrase you used was second round effects. You don't believe this is a one-off. You're actually going to see second round effects in the first half of 26.
Yeah.
What's your market view on top of that?
Well, so I think the market view is not too bad because I think for political reasons, I think unfortunately the Fed will cut twice this year, maybe 3 times next year. They'll get going and cutting. It's not going to really change the economy that much. But if you bring bring short rates down enough, it does push extra liquidity into the equity market. And so you could just maintain these bubbly asset markets. I mean, what we've got is a tortoise of an economy and a hare of a market. And we're just giving more sugar to the hare.
That's the stock story. What about the fixed income story for bonds? Because we've had guest after guest come on this program and say, get ready for a steeper yield curve. They go aggressive. At the front end, you're going to see yields lower. At the long end, you're going to see a questionable development.
Well, it's again, it's hard for a tortoise-like economy to generate a really steep yield curve. So, but I think you could see rates move up a bit. I wouldn't be long duration here because I don't think this economy is going to go into recession. I think by the time the tariffs really hit, we're going to be on the verge of fiscal stimulus because of this income tax refund thing, and that will keep this economy moving forward. And if the economy is moving forward, you've got inflation printing at 3, you shouldn't really have a long bond lower than 4.2.
What do you think inflation is going to peak at in the next 12 months?
I think CPI is going to peak at about 3.5% and then hang there between 3.5% through about June of next year. And then finally it's going to come down again because this is sugar. These income tax refunds, it's a sugar rush. It's not protein. It will wear off. And then by the end of next year, then I think the economy is finally cooling again. Unless, of course, you get some more stimulus. And that's really the problem because if the Fed keeps on cutting rates whenever the other side of Washington asks them to, then it enables more and more rounds of fiscal stimulus to always keep this economy a little bit too hot. So it's not it's called inflammation. Doctors don't like it.
David, it's good to hear from you. I'm not sure if markets will like we've got to say this morning either. David Kelly there of JP Morgan Asset Management. Equities are firmer by 0.5, call it 0.6% on the S&P, and bond yields at the front end of the curve initially reacting to this data lower. They stay lower. We're down by 5 basis points on a 2-year at 3.72. The view in this market is that it's not an upside surprise and we can carry on as normal because the Fed's going to cut come September.
And they're adding to more bets that September is not not just on the table. September almost feels like, for some, a done deal. But when David talks, I'm reminded of what Mohamed El-Arian has said as well, that this market inflation picture is likely going to stay around 3%. And maybe the Fed actually, Mohamed's argument was, needs to start targeting a 3% inflation rate, not 2%.
Our performance on the small caps this morning, the Russell up by 1.25%. With an update on stories elsewhere, with your Bloomberg brief, here's Yahira. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. We start by recapping the latest economic data. Underlying U.S. inflation accelerated in July to the fastest pace since January amid a pickup in services prices. Core CPI rose 0.3% from June, which came in line with expectations, and rose 3.1% compared to a year ago, above the 3% that economists expected. Meanwhile, President Trump has named E.J. Antony to lead the Bureau of Labor Statistics after firing the previous chief following weak July payrolls data. Antony is chief economist of the conservative Heritage Foundation and has been vocal about his concerns with BLS jobs data and revisions. The position is subject to Senate confirmation. And Elon Musk accused Apple of favoring OpenAI, saying the company makes it impossible for anyone else to reach the top of the App Store charts. Musk said Apple's behavior is an antitrust violation and stated that XAI will take immediate legal action. That's your Bloomberg brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. Appreciate it. Up next, we'll set you up for the day ahead. Plus,
Up
Ira
next.
Jersey of Bloomberg Intelligence as
Hello.
traders enter beds for a September rate cut following this morning's CPI data from
This
New York City.
CPI data.
You're watching Bloomberg TV.
All right, hello. How are you? Good morning. What's up, baby? Chad Adonia. How you living? How you living? Good morning. We're going to begin here in a little bit. I got some news for you. I got some headlines. How y'all feeling, though, man? So, yeah, if you don't know, core CPI came in hotter than expected. And then headline came in lower than expected. But the way people are looking at it, they're pretty much saying it's not sticky. And they're looking that maybe they overstated some of the tariff fears. Oh, what up, baby? Hey, sus. Kurt McGirt. Laker J. Good morning, baby. What up, Legal? What up, Destroyer? PNC. Colin. Big toe time. Farmer. What up, baby? What up, Dominique? Good morning. Mr. Forrest Gump. All good days start. Quash, Tim, Whitman, Jokey, Dystopian, Onion, CYB, El Trapado, Opinion, Humble Business, baby. Good morning. What up, Mr. Hannon? What up, Satisfactory? Home Dog. How you doing? What up, Saturday? SGD, buy when it dips low. What? What up, baby? James Cook, Mr. Edwards. Good morning, Mr. Martinez. How you doing, Fall? What up, Dave? Oh, my goodness. So, Chad, are you blessed? I hope you know you are. I don't know. I don't know if you woke up blessed. Did you wake up as the commander? Did you command your thoughts this morning? You know that the critical hours of the morning, right when you wake. Oh, man, this is an important time right now. You're still kind of early, bro. So I'm just saying, I hope you make the most of it. I really do. I really, really do. So good morning. I hope you are good. Should we just begin? I think I have it all, bro. So I'm going to see. I'm going to wait. I don't have the plays, actually. I need to get that set up. So maybe we could give it a little bit. I got even a little bit of a Bible versing to do here in a second. So let me get that ready for you. But overall, man, the data it's a little confusing because it wasn't as good, but then one part of it was good. But like I'm saying, I think the way they're looking at core going up and the other one going down, I think they're just saying, well, maybe we overshot the tariff thing. But I'm sure by cash open and everything, we'll get a little bit more details. And then now all of the data is going to feed into each other this week. But this is what I will tell you. It's very simple. This doesn't add to the narrative of 2 weeks ago. So that is what you could add. Think about it. Slightly higher core, slightly a lower than expected headline. None of that says that the jobs, fiasco and revision that we had 2 weeks ago, none of that it's not confirming anything. So we'll see what happens with the rest of the data later this week. But for the most part, we don't have anything confirmed. So yeah, Bullard says he will accept the Fed chair job if aim for low and stable inflation, respect independence. Yeah. Did you guys hear it too? So pretty much this morning there was like a list and they're like, it's a credible list, but there's like 5 new people that could be the Fed chair and some of them are Biden appointees. So in a weird way, you're going to hear people talk about it, but I think that was I think Donald Trump and Bessent, they're just telling everybody they could get the job, so everybody wants to cut rates at this point, because I'll hire anybody. Who wants the job? Tell me. Who's going to lower rates? Okay, tell anybody. You could get the job. You want the job? I'll put you in the running. Do you like lower rates? Good. So yeah, that was the update here today. And I think it's pretty interesting, and now you're getting some of those comments. But other than that, though, the data, this reaction, you are up. Like I was saying, the numbers kind of surprised me in terms of expectations, but 0.5, this matches up. I think it's a little bit up there, but for the most part, we'll see. And if this does hold, it should be a good day. And then tomorrow, we're going to hear the confirmation of the China stuff, and then tomorrow you'll get PPI and all of that. It's only Tuesday, baby. So, Chattadonia. That being said, let me see if I got a little bit more propaganda for you. I do. Oh, Bullard! He's
term
live!
Trend toward 2% inflation.
The guy who wants
so they're
it.
ready to come down. I think they'll cut here in September.
Oh, yeah.
Probably again later in the year. And as I said last time, I think you could continue that into next year. So you probably get 100 basis
if your
points
alerts
by
aren't
this time
working,
next
cancel
year,
them,
and then you'd be close to the neutral.
Because that means you didn't have the contact info.
Rate. So that's a good place to be if unemployment's in the low 4% range and you get inflation coming back to 2%.
It's an unbelievable position, obviously, for anyone that if you're in that business, Jim. Prestigious, and I don't know I know the president might be more powerful, but I don't know after that where you go. So I can see how you'd want it. Seeing the way that the slings and arrows that Jay Powell has suffered at the hands of President Trump, whether it's deserved or not, is that worth it for you? If a couple of years from now you see, dollar stability as the primary, risk, and you wanted to keep rates high, are you ready to withstand that type of criticism? And it just seems like I'd be thinking about whether I wanted to take that job.
Well, I think you have to, if you're going to accept, you have to say, well, I'll accept, but we have to set this up for success, not for failure. If you want somebody to come into the job and fail, get somebody else, I think. And I actually think anybody on this list would insist on that before they would take this job. So I think, but, am I willing to raise rates? I was one of the ringleaders in 2022, and we raised the policy rate 75 basis points 4 meetings in a row.
Ringleaders are always bad, Jim. Ringleaders are perpetrating crimes. That usually, or that was a good. That in hindsight, that was the right move to make, right? So
and no recession, no recession. You act quickly and aggressively, break the back of the inflation psychology, and get inflation back to 2%. That's exactly what happened in 22 and 23. So that was a good outcome.
Jim, I'm just curious.
Got to be independence questions.
About the process. You made a comment about the Fed being independent and what you think that really means, and how you feel, for example, about this president, speaking out publicly against the Fed chair. There have been obviously instances, typically privately, where the president has said things about, a Fed chair at one point or the other. This has been, I think, a different level. What do you think of that yourself?
I do think the president's entitled to his views. He's got long experience in real estate markets. It's all about borrowing money at the lowest rate possible. Good for him. He's got views, but a lot of people have views, and if you don't want to hear that, this is probably the wrong job. But I'm used to the debate, the international debate, really, that goes on 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and so that it doesn't really faze me, or really most of the people on the committee, I think, to hear different viewpoints on where the policy should be. But we take our role very seriously, and we try to get the best outcome for the U.S.
Jim, you saw just, I don't know, we can't beat this to death, I guess, but we always like to try. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go to whether you think the latest employment numbers. We're still at 4.2. Is there cause for concern yet? And maybe inflation isn't what we should be worried about. Are the tariffs going to possibly cause a growth slowdown?
Yeah, I do think that is what's happening. We talked about it last time. The U.S. economy is only growing maybe a little north of 1% at a run rate. So what you're seeing is you lay on all these new taxes globally. That slows down the global economy. Of course, these firms in other countries have to think about whether they really want to sell into the U.S. or they want to move somewhere else or move their factory. Those are all costly things that will interrupt profits. So I think that's exactly what you're seeing is a slowdown in the global economy. I don't think that will be continue into next year. I think the pro-growth agenda will start to really take hold in 2026, and I think that'll be great. Let's have some less regulation, more of a pro-business policy stance for the U.S. We've got the AI boom going on. We've got a lot of good things happening, so I think you will grow faster going into next year. But of course, you have this transition effect as we've changed our tariff policy to be more aggressive.
Very good. We've likened it to American Idol and The Apprentice and everything else. So usually you don't get such high drama when you're talking about monetary policy in the Federal Reserve. But we really appreciate you coming on this morning.
Nice to see you,
James. Great to see you. And good luck. Programming note coming up later this morning: an exclusive interview with White House economic advisor Stephen Myron. That's on Squawk on the Street, 10 a.m. Eastern. We'll be right back.
There it is. I was muted. Oh, man. Chadadonia. So I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling blessed. But yeah, good morning, man. So I think we're going to work through this. It should stay within 0.5% or not, but we have a whole 7 hours. But again, I think people are a little bit more impressed that the tariffs aren't showing up in the inflation, but then it did come in a little hotter. So we'll see. But again, everybody, this doesn't change the rate cut debate. As you'll notice, the odds of a September cut are still around 80 or 90, and then everybody is looking ahead for December. So this still puts all of the data. And then remember that September 13th date, unfortunately, you are not escaping that one yet, Chad. That's what the data has given us. So I hope you are feeling good, and I hope you guys are blessed and good morning. But now I do have some news for you. So here is my friend, Josh AI, with the information. Good morning. Oh, I still didn't even get the plays, bro. I just started praying, bro. My bad. That's my bad. I'm supposed to go get the plays. I'll do that now. Top overnight news, trade, tariffs. Trump signs executive order extending China tariff deadline by 90 days. Axios, Bloomberg, Reuters, New York Times. Trump says may allow NVIDIA to sell downgraded version of Blackwell chips to China. Bloomberg, Reuters. Trump's NVIDIA deal to allow AI chip exports to China raises corporate and national security concerns. Reuters, China urges domestic firms to avoid NVIDIA H20 chips, particularly for government and national security work. Bloomberg, Trump's 50% tariffs threaten to upend push to make India a manufacturing powerhouse. FT. South Africa will submit a revised trade deal offer to the U.S. to lower 30% tariffs. Reuters, Bloomberg. Corporate NVIDIA CEO Huang lobbied Trump against chip restrictions, proposed a $500 billion investment to secure future sales. Link. Following meeting, Trump praises Intel CEO as success after previously calling for his resignation. FT, Reuters, CNBC. Musk accuses Apple of antitrust violations, says XAI to pursue immediate legal action. Reuters, Bloomberg, FT. Big tech's billions for affordable housing in Silicon Valley.
What a show. Make sure you join us tomorrow. We're going to do it all again.
Regulatory challenges. Link. Google and IBM chart path to realization of quantum computing. FT. Gildan Activewear near deal to acquire Hanes Brands FT. Spirit Airlines faces bankruptcy risks from weak demand, planning pilot furloughs to conserve funds. Reuters. SoftBank surges as it plans to integrate Foxconn's Ohio EV plant into its $500 billion Stargate project with OpenAI and Oracle. Bloomberg. Novo Nordisk's legal fight against pharmacies selling cheaper Wegovy copies excludes Hims and Hers, which continues sales. Reuters. Ford's $5 billion investment in EV seen as crucial amid rising affordability issues and competition from Chinese automakers. Axios FT. GM aims to revive driverless car program, seeks return of ex-Cruise employees. Bloomberg. Italy plans to limit Chinese investments in key companies to prevent tensions with the U.S., targeting strategic firms. Bloomberg. Market participants focused on potential signs of funding stresses as Treasury ramps up bill issuance. Bloomberg. Trump administration's 15% fee on chip sales to China could reduce Treasury issuance, positively impacting the bond market. Axios. S&P 500 executives show minimal recession concerns on earnings calls despite tariff, inflation, and demand worries. Bloomberg. Mexican peso a beneficiary of carry trade revival as assets outperform amid EM inflows. Weak dollar. FT. Central banks. White House officials indicate Fed chair search may include Vice Chairs Bowman, Jefferson, and Logan. Bloomberg. RBA cuts cash rate as expected, remains data dependent. Bloomberg. Bullock signals couple more rate cuts incoming. Bloomberg. Economy. Latest U.S. inflation data expected to show rising prices due to the impact of Trump's tariffs. NY Times. Bloomberg. Wage growth for low-income U.S. workers slowing, while higher earners see steady increases, impacting overall spending. Link. U.S. car buyers arriving at dealerships with cash, supported by low unemployment and strong financial positions. Link. Chinese factories are reducing shifts and cutting pay due to increased competition and U.S. tariffs. Reuters. Germany's ZW Investor Confidence Survey declines in August as EU-US trade deal concerns became reality. Bloomberg. Europe's defense pivot spurring ramp in weapons production facilities. FT. UK wages grow 5% in 3 months to June. Reuters. Retail spending rises in July, driven by warm weather. Bloomberg. Australian business confidence improves, but conditions ease. Reuters. Singapore upgrades 2025 GDP forecast on export front-loading, reduced trade tensions, outlook clouded by uncertainty. Bloomberg. Washington. Trump nominates BLS critic E.J. Antoni to head agency after firing former commission over claims of rigged data. Axios. New York Times. FT. Trump administration warns overturning tariffs could trigger a depression, threatening Social Security and Medicare benefits. Axios. Trump calls on Congress to end no-cash bail policies, aiming to tighten crime laws nationwide. Reuters. Geopolitics. Trump plans to gauge Putin's intentions, ready to walk away without deal. Will discuss Ukraine's future borders. NY Times. Axios. FT. Russia more focused on Trump-Putin meeting as a means to reset relations with Washington than settling war in Ukraine. Link. Trump pushes for Ukraine-Russia land swap in peace talks as Europe urges him to prioritize Ukraine in Putin talks. Politico. Trump refrained from endorsing Israel's Gaza plans, but stated Hamas won't release hostages without changes. Axios.
There's more. What do we got? S&P futures, they're up by 0.6 on Tuesday morning trading near the best pre-market levels. Comes after U.S. equities finished mostly lower on Monday, with software, EPs, transports, commodities, chemicals, building products, home builders, and industrial metals among the laggers. Retail favorites, most shorter names outperformed, as did semis. Treasuries mixed with the curve steepening. 2-year yields down by 3 basis points. Gold is off by 0.1, and Bitcoin flat with WTI down by 0.9. Stocks set to rally after July core CPI was in line with expectations. However, takeaways or tariff takeaways were unclear as tariff-exposed core goods category was mixed, while there was some focus on hotter services. However, report was good enough to keep the Fed on track for a September cut, with the market pricing in 93% chance, up 5 basis points from the print. Very quiet elsewhere. Trump signed off on the 90-day extension to the U.S.-China tariff truce, as was widely previewed. Powell replacement search headlines seem to be more noise than news at this point, with Waller the market favorite. M&A headlines continue to pick up even in sectors facing tariff headwinds such as apparel, while upcoming Trump-Putin summit continues to get a lot of attention. Market is largely ignored. Geopolitics, Trump has named E.J. Antoni, a vocal critic of the agency, to head up the BLS following a recent firing of Erica McIntarfer in the wake of the July employment report. July CPI is up by 0.3 month over month compared to consensus. First read, while core CPI failed to undershoot forecast in 6 months, annualized core CPI of 3.1 was hotter than the 3.0 consensus, highest since February. Tariff-linked categories mixed, including apparel, appliances, pulling back month over month, but furniture, footwear among the hotter categories. However, core services surprised to the upside, including super core services, up by 0.5 month over month, the hottest since January. Fed Barkin and Schmid also scheduled to speak today. Nothing on the calendar for Wednesday, though Fed Speak features Barkin, Goolsbee, and Bostic. Thursday brings in the PPI and the weekly claims data, where continuing claims will be closely scrutinized after hitting the highest level since 2021, and retail sales for July and preliminary consumer sentiment cap off the week on Friday. Not much amid a slow week for the earnings calendar, with more than 90% of the S&P companies having already reported. NVIDIA in the headlines, with Beijing reportedly telling consumers to avoid the Avid H20 chips, while Trump said they may ultimately allow the company to sell a downgraded version of Blackwell in China. Elon Musk threatened to sue Apple over App Store rankings for AI tools. Intel a standout after Trump made some positive comments about Louboutin following a White House meeting. ONON beat and raised. CE hit by continued weakness in asset. Him CEO sold 660,000 shares. BBAI down big on Q2 miss and softer full-year revenue guide. HBI sharply higher on report it's close to being acquired by Gildan. And then FFBC to acquire Beefin, an all-stock deal valued at $142 million. Wow. Habibi. This is not bad. This is not bad at all, Habibi. I tell you. Wow. A pre-market movement. Look, you have. So, ONON, they are up by 12.3 off of earnings. SC is up by 11.6 off of earnings. ASTS 9.6 off of earnings. Circle 8.7 off of earnings. VG up 6.5 off of earnings. TME is up by 4 off of earnings. Intel 3.4. Trump calls meeting with CEO. Very interesting. Palo Alto is up by 1.6. Piper Sandler upgrade. Bros up 1.6. CMG up 1.4. Piper Sandler upgrade. HBI is up 38. Gildan nears deal to acquire for a $5 billion. Tilray is up by 15. LQDA is up by 12.7. SSL 9 off guidance. MRCY 8.2 off earnings. XENE 5.9 off earnings. C1 5.4 Goldman upgrade. eToro up 4.8 off earnings. 4 is up by 3.8 insider buy. HRO is up by 3.6 off earnings. Renzi is up by 3.0 Morgan Stanley upgrade. SONO is up by 3.5 insider buy. Kohl's up 2.1 Gordon Hassett upgrade. MNDY is up by 2 Morgan Stanley upgrade. ATNF is up by 56. Peter Thiel and affiliates disclose 7.5% stake. WOW is up by 49.1 to be acquired for $5.20 a share in cash. GVO is up by 40 off earnings. SBGI is up by 21. Comprehensive strategic review for broadcast business. Rumble is up 19 off earnings. FSI is up by 18. Second significant food grade contract between 6.5 and 13 million. FGen up 17 off earnings. GDOT 17 off earnings. Zena 13 off earnings. ONDS 9 off earnings. MRVI 9.2 earnings and organized restructuring. ALTS is up by 8.8. Disclosure ahead of board members' CNBC appearance. PSFE is up by 7.8 off earnings. Hura is up by 7.2. Olma 6.1 off earnings. TNDM 4.9 insider buy. ALT is up by 4.1 off earnings. AQST 3.4 off earnings, trading lower. Cardinal Health down 5 off earnings. Summit down 4.4 off earnings. HIMS down 2.8 insider sale. Oklo down 2.4 off earnings. BBAI down 32 earnings withdraws full year guide. FLNC is down 15 off earnings. CE down 13.5 earnings, 1.75 billion revolving credit facility. Yalla down 11.7 off earnings. ACVA down 11.6 off earnings. ACHR down 7 off earnings. BMNR down 5, increases equity sales agreement. Gildan down 4.1, nearing deal to acquire Hanesbrand. SFD is down by 3.5 off earnings. AIV down 2.7 off earnings. CCOI down 2.5, City downgrade. PFLT down 2.1 off earnings. Mayo down 35, PubM down 29, BTSI down 18, DSP down 12, BTI down 12, BTM down 7, TAT down 6, Kodak down 6, NNOX down 6, and FDMT down 5. They're all earnings. All earnings in small caps. Hot dog. China orders companies to halt NVIDIA chips and orders from Alibaba. Hot dog. I know, I see that. The information. Yes, sir. I don't know if that's giving us a reaction yet, but we will see, Chatadonia. But yeah, that is the pre-market movers. Yeah, you are reacting to that. So that little China news right now is getting a movement on NVIDIA if you are interested in that. But other than that, again, like I've been saying, the cash open here I think is going to be fascinating. So yeah, we're not going to switch over for the pledge just because we're live for CPI. So we will be remaining here, and we have a shit ton of time, Chad. So I got a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching Intel, the weed stocks, ONON, HBI, VFC. They either have earnings or a buyout with these clothing companies. And then I'm going to keep an eye on XLP and Staples. So again, no matter what happens here with the data and all of that, yeah, I would be on the lookout for that. The stock that Peter Thiel, I think it was, which one was that? I just read it. I'm assuming it's trading higher. Yeah, ATNF. Oh, it's one of the Ethereum ones. ETHZilla. That's a crazy name. ETHZilla. That's fun, I guess. All right, I'll take it. Trump and South Korean President Lee Jae-myung to meet on August 25th in Washington. It's a new ETHZilla. Is that, it sounds like the Sharknado movies. I never encountered a ETHZilla. Honestly, I'm just picturing an oversized Vitalik, and I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? I'm picturing like a 20-foot tall Vitalik, right? You know what I'm saying? But then he's like hella skinny. You know what I'm saying? So if he looked like Godzilla height, but then he's skinny. He like 100-pound Godzilla. And I'm like, nah, man, hold up. It's tripping me out right now, bro. I don't need those thoughts in the morning. I don't, praise the Lord. I was just praying, bro. So I don't know. You guys want to hear some Bible talk? Like, what? I got Napoleon Hill for you, bro. I wanted to play this. See, I was listening to Mari.
Don't leave the book on the shelf.
Don't
leave
Habibi.
This holy book closed. Start reading the holy book,
Amen.
even if you don't understand it.
Amen.
Some people say, I don't read because I don't understand, Bishop. It's not about understanding.
What's it about?
Initially. It's about reading the Holy Bible.
Ooh.
Just read it for the Lord's sake. Because the word on its own can help you and save you and give you the wisdom to overcome any and every Satan's or the devil's temptations. And thirdly, we also learned one thing about Satan.
Yeah, bro, that's why. So I needed that to purify the Vitalik comment. I needed that image out of my head. Give me the Lord. Give me the Lord. Good morning. So yeah, if you guys have any questions, now would be the time. We already have the data. So you're not missing much, but I do want to see how we move. Again, the reaction's not that crazy. I think some people are, once again, probably scratching their head as to why the economic data does not highlight everyone's fears. But we got some time in the whole debate in September and the calendar that we've been following in the timeline. All of that remains the same, my friends. So I hope you're ready. But we got 15 more minutes. We're going to do the pledge in about 10. So if you had, I don't know, you want some music? If you don't have questions, I'm gonna just play you songs. We got our Jesus version, bro.
Jesus.
Amen.
Praise God. Amen. It's a call, baby.
Yeah, we'll go get a car.
Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you tryna control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib before I said it. Keep it real, that's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Yeah. Funny part, there wasn't even
you could have it all, baby.
Lost them all, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here?
You better wake your ass up, man. You know what I'm saying? Are you ready? Are you ready? Game time. You want it easy or hard? You want a genie or a guy? Believe me, little bro, you a child, you a son of the highest and above. Don't stop it. Stop it. All right, man, we're gonna have a good day. It's gonna be a blessed day. You're already here. You're already awake. You're already blessed, bro. So yeah, other than that, if you don't have any questions, I'm gonna just keep throwing checks at you, bro. Other than that, I think it's gonna be, I want to see the cash open. I'm gonna be watching my chip stocks. I'm gonna be watching the weed stocks. You know, Lord forgive us, but it has policy behind it. And then again, the clothing. So if you guys don't know, ON, think about it. You're talking tariff delays, China, and now you got ON with good earnings. That's part of the clothing, right? And then you also have HBI, the value t-shirts getting bought out, fucking Fruit of the Loom shit. So that's already up 36. And then there's one more. I think VFC should be up. Yeah, that's just going to go up as a sympathy. And then there should be one more. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. And then again, if you stopped receiving stream alerts, please cancel them. That means you did not have any of that. So somebody said that earlier, and they emailed the wrong one. But my email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Get that. If it will get you refunded and do whatever else we need to do. But just if it's not working, you got to cancel it and call it a day and have a good time. Yeah, ONO, again, remember, ONON was a victim of the tariffs in the beginning. That was one of the ones they benefited. Again, they have like 70% of their manufacturing in Vietnam, but they did good. So I don't know. I feel like today, consumer clothing, that got a good one. And again, you heard them talking about the mix of the CPI. You didn't get any, you know, half the industries were up, half were down. Real estate did get hotter, so that was a big part of it as well too. Maybe that's why people didn't freak out as much. You had a doubling up of the impacts from real estate, but you know, every good is kind of mixed. Goods and services, we didn't get it really a clear cut. So if earnings is driving the info on it, I think that's going to be good. That's why clothing today. Keep in mind even too, like Altria, I'm mad that we already have 1,000% on that. I think those already ran. But again, the staples, and like I'm saying, that was one that's driven by earnings because they did good, especially compared to Philip Morris. So we've been playing that for the last like 2 weeks. I have not looked at ponies reports. I've looked at real life ponies, but I have not looked at the stock pony. Believe it or not. I know. I can't make that up. That's a fact. So I haven't looked at that. There's a lot of earnings this morning still. Again, you are 90% completed. So you got like NVIDIA coming up in a couple of weeks, but for the most part, any earnings you're going to get at this point, they may not even be S&P 500. They may be smaller companies. So, but 90% of the S&P has already completed their report. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. Okay. All right, man. Not bad. Anything else? You let me know. This is your time. Again, we already went over the plays here. And we'll see how it factors in. But yeah, we got 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. You have a washer that needs a $150 repair. New one for $400. Old one is 20 years old. This sounds like a fucking math question. This sounds like a trick question. If James has a washer for $150 and the new one costs $400, the old one is 20 years old, what is the longitude and latitude? I'm like, what? I think you should go to Facebook Marketplace. Yep. Yeah, they already know. Look, I taught that Chad well. I learned it too. LT taught me this one, bro. Lending Tips taught me this one. You don't go, bro. I'm telling you, any appliance, go on Facebook. They will give it to you. You know that, bro? Facebook is a weird place. Not only is it filled with all of our grandparents, but literally, go to the Facebook Marketplace, bro. You will find the love of your life, and you'll get a free washer. I'm serious, bro. You know that? You know how many dudes go on Facebook Marketplace, and then if a girl is in the mirror of the picture, they found their wife? I've heard that story. And then the other part, they'll just give you appliances, bro. I did this with LT, bro. I was like, bro, I got to go buy a fridge. I bought a house, and I was like, I got to buy a fridge. And I went up to, I was like, the fridge cost $700. LT looked at me like I was a witch. Like it was Salem witch trial. He said, what the fuck? And then he showed me. And then we got it for $20. They dropped it off at our house. They dropped it off for us, bro. They'll come in, they'll drop it off for you, bro. You have no idea. So yeah, go to Facebook Marketplace. If you want an appliance, you'll get a really good deal. Especially if you're like honestly trying to make a good financial decision and you're like, man, I don't want to shell out this much money. Like, dude, you could get couches, washers, dryers, fridges. They're really cheap on Facebook Marketplace, and people just moving out, they'll give it to you. You would be surprised. And you know, that's why I tell you guys, don't you ever get a credit card and put furniture on it, okay? Because then you're gonna fuck your credit up, and then you're gonna end up giving away the furniture. That's what happened on Facebook Marketplace to a guy like me who's just I'm just like, hey, you got a couch? Can I have your couch? You got a washer, dryer? You have a dishwasher? What you got? What you got? So yeah, man, that's what happens. That's what happens. Until you find out they come with roaches. Oh no, cockroaches. Oh no, how will I live? Yeah, bro, I'm gonna bleach that shit. You know, bleach kill everything. It even kills your hair color. So yeah, you just Clorox that shit, dog. You'll be fine. Sweet greens, they're moving up. I like them still, but again, I do think we could probably get something better. I like Intel as well, but I think we're going to get more Intel headlines. I'm going to play that with options in the meantime. Used furniture is the #1 source of bed bugs. I could see that, definitely. I don't buy the beds from Facebook Marketplace. So yeah, I do buy appliances. Couches, I'm down with a good couch, depending on how nice it is. That, you know, but I haven't done the beds. Push-ups in long term. Amen, baby. Amen. Again, you got some China headlines here too, on Baba and all of that. So we'll see. Again, that came out a second ago. Will Baba Answers appear on the watch list? He might. You guys might just see him at the farm, bro. Homeboy's loving the farm. I shouldn't have brought him to it, to be honest. You know, I should have kept it away from him because I think I inspired something in my own father because he's loving the farm, bro. Everybody loves the farm. That's why I look forward to you guys coming one day. It's going to be very, very fun. But yeah, dude, he's a big fan. He's a big fan. Bulldog liquidators. They get stuff that go out of business. I've never heard of that. That might be good. You're going to send an offer if you could sign contracts while it's pending approval? What do you mean? So you're going to send an offer, but can you sign a contract while it's pending approval from the state? What's pending approval from the state? My dad said he wanted to. I was like, Dad, you're not going to do it. My dad was like, I will manage the animal. I do it. I was like, dude, I'm not trying to do that to you, Pops. I'm like, you're too old for this now, man. This guy has a lot of energy, but I was like, nah, man, you're crazy. I'll get him a cowboy hat for sure. For sure. Everybody deserves a cowboy hat, I feel like. The LLC. You could, but I think you only run into issues if it gets accepted and then it closes. So depending on how long it'll take to get like locked down, in theory you can write the offer. Yes, you could write I've done that before. I've offered under a brand new corporation, or I offered under the brand new corporation I made to acquire the property. So you can, but just, you know, when push comes to shove by escrow, that your escrow will get held up on the entity being formed. So if that entity isn't fully created and you're not fully like ready with it, then yeah, you will have to wait on it. But theoretically, you can put the offer in. I don't think there's any limitation. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Oh yeah, we did it, baby. So I'm glad, man. I hope you guys are having a good morning. I hope you are ready for the day. This is already going to be an exciting week, but for real, bro, don't forget why we're here. And every day at the Cult, man, I do this for a reason. We share this space with a lot of people, and that's why I'm saying some of the people in here, they have served, bro, and they've given up so much, and it's kind of humorous that a lot of us come here every day trying to make money and do all these things, but you have it because of freedom. And I'm a big fan of freedom, both on this world, this country. I just had my dad on. He was telling, you know, why we came to this country. I like freedom in the spirit too, bro. So above all else, this is very, very important. And truly, man, the great men and women of this country who have served, fought, and given everything. Even if I am a pacifist, my brother, we could never get rid of that honor from some of these great Americans who have provided. And I hope all of you who have never served, man, I hope you bring this to real life, and I truly hope you could understand and appreciate it. Otherwise, a lot of our efforts are very futile when it comes to what we look to pursue if we didn't really have freedom and liberty. So those of you who contributed to my freedom and liberty and the people before me and after, I mean, at the bare minimum, all I can say is thank you. And I hope that we could change the culture, and I hope we could reward all of those who have, man, and all of you who have served. Please, it is your time to get a long term. It is your time to own the property. You have fought for this nation, and it's now your time to benefit off of it. So God bless you and thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby, for real. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of a bitch! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn. Dude, the fucking horn is loud, bro. You know that Josh guy in the horn? I got headphones in today, bro. You know, so I'm listening to what you guys listen to. You know, I don't hear anything else but me. It's so terrible. So, yeah, bro, that horn be loud. I don't even know what the jets sound like, dog. I don't even, you know that? You know, this whole time I just been doing it, not even listening. I just be screaming and shit, dog. You have no idea, bro. Yeah, it's kind of loud. I like it. I like hype, though. You better get hype, bro. It's Tuesday. Why wouldn't you be hyped? Why did you wake up to not be hyped? Or go back to bed if you're not hyped, bro. That's crazy. So we got 40 seconds, baby. Let's have a good time. Call out any information. You post plays, I'm going to ban you. If you show me that you didn't watch the watch list, I'll ban you. And, yeah, get with it, baby. Oh, we already got 3 new members, too. I love it. So welcome. All right, man. We're going to have a good time. All right, let's see. But, yeah, I got a couple of plays. I want to see those weed plays right off the bat, though. I think those are going to be very good, but I don't know if we push them or not. If you guys got those, bro, again, and if Trump goes on one of those talking sprees again, we might get another opportunity. But, yeah, that was a lot of fun yesterday. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right. Where are they at? Where are they at? I can't see it. Come on, Habibi. Oh, wow. Those killed it, dude. Nice. The cities went up as well, too. I forgot about those little ones. There was a headline with city in Mexico as well. Let me see if I could get the cities. No, the cities are dumb. All right. But yeah, MSOS. Let's see what we got. You don't hear the meditation music? Oh, I hear it. It's in the background. That's weird. Yeah, but I hear it. I like it. It's very, very calming. Especially like in my headphones, bro. I'm down. All right, I sold half of the weed ones. Again, I got 700% on that one. I'm gonna hold the rest. All right, Joshua, welcome, baby. There you go. It's some new members right there. I haven't even banned anybody today, so that's amazing. So God bless y'all. I hope you're having a good day. Okay, weed's there. I'm already monetized a little bit. We'll come to the rest of them later. That's it. I just wanted to take a little bit. I like money. You know. Let's see the other one. OTC charges you per trade, I think. I don't know. It depends on your brokerage. Bro, those MOs as well, bro. That's crazy. MO, I might have to take the MO. And then watch out for the, what's it called? Watch out for the rotation. What a summer. Oh, zero. God, but this time we got Ethereum, baby. Oh, nah. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's how we waking up, baby. My man, God bless. I like the crypto, man. This time Ethereum. I know, it's wild. It's wild. I love it, baby. Thank you. I'm gonna refrain from the other horn for a little bit so I don't blow everybody's ears. Wait a minute. That one that your boy bought, that one's hella weird. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Alright. Oh, wait. God bless your dad joined? Oh, dude! You got dad in this? That's amazing, bro. Father Zero, you raised an amazing son. I hope you know that. He's even inspired a lot in here. So thank you. I don't know if anyone's told you, but I'm sure they have because he is a light. So amen, brother. That's what I'm talking about. I was just telling you about my pops too. So amen, bro. That's amazing. Look at Tuesday, bro. City on the high. I haven't looked at banks yet. Again, actually, XLF's up by 3/4. Again, NASDAQ's up 3, almost 3/4, a little bit above 0.5. It's actually the Russell that is leading. So very interesting. Watch staples, watch healthcare. Weed came down a little bit. But again, we're waiting these first 30 minutes, the first hour, this cash open. Again, 0.5 is like the expected range. So anything out of here, again, you're above it. I do think 3 is bad. I just think the market, they're picking it apart in the sense of all of the industries, they were mixed. And then the fact that headline went down, it doesn't confirm goods inflation. And then the services are just a little up. Yeah, I thought 3 would have been really bad. But for the most part, everything else didn't. It was lopsided. And not everything showed the same thing that got you to 3. But for the most part, that's what I'm saying. Watch out in the morning now, though, because it's still early. And, you know, sometimes by the first couple of hours, maybe we'll snap back to reality. But we're still playing the rest of the data. And then that September 13th date for the Fed is just as crucial as ever. Intel, or excuse me, Meta. I wanted to see Intel. When MO keeps going, bro. I want to take it, bro. It's up a lot. But then again, yeah, 1,700%. I'm selling the last one. I got to. Just to stay awake on the catwalk of life where everybody watch you. All right. 1,800%. I got rid of it. Oh, man. Uranium running. Again, didn't I think Oklo had earnings? Hood is on the high. What was the other one? The Peter Thiel one, ATNF. Is that the OTC one? I didn't know this was a life sciences one. This sounds very, very familiar. Fig, if they could give me those September contracts for cheap. Katos, Robinhood's going up as well too. Again, 3 quarters now. The Nasdaq's taking a little bit extra. And then SPY, but then it's Russell leading. I haven't looked at equal weight yet. And then let's see, oil's down. That's good. Yeah, equal weight's up by 0.5, but yeah, this is clear big tech alongside everything else. I'd argue 80% is green right now, maybe even more. So yeah, for now, that cash open, you're still getting the bid. It's still going. You saw on the high. That's up 15. I don't know. U's up, and then NB, all the metal plays. Remember, you had MP. MP's still killing it too. So you have it. BMNR on the low. There's a couple of things scheduled. You're going to hear probably from Mr. Trump and a couple of Fed people, but it's not anything like crazy. So, and then you'll get the WASDE report, the Fed people, agriculture, and then tomorrow you'll get a little bit more, and then really Thursday, Friday, we continue the big data. BHC, oh yeah, what's the other one? HBI. HBI and then ONON, I forgot. What's the valuation at HBI right now? Yeah, it's 2.3. The offer was accepted. Good. Amen, bro. Amen. Was it for a client or was it for you? Either way, bro. And then Florida, Meta, Hood. I like the HBI, but I don't know if their deal is including debt or not. Because if it's not including debt, then there's value. But if it is debt, then yeah, you're right there. That's what I was looking at. Q, go for a client. Let's go, baby. If you have any good off markets, bro, I still want a place in Miami, a good one. But I need discount. You give me good off market to motivate the seller. I give you the cash, Habibi. XLV and healthcare coming up. I don't know. UNH starting to run up a little bit. Like I'm saying, man, staples. And then if you got healthcare doing good, that's a great sign. But you have way more juice right now in tech. And then even small caps in the Russell, man. So NASDAQ, SPY, they're still melting up. You're hitting a new high. I think we're about to hit a new all-time high. But then the Russell is going. Yeah, so 64.15. We're going to go 64.17. And then 21. And then that's it. 26 will be the new all-time high, my friends. So get ready for that. Where's Bitcoin? We should probably put up Ethereum. Yeah, Ethereum's still killing it. Gold. High ticker is going, yes. Again, like I'm saying, the Russell is an odd leader right now. And then you have a mix of both like broadening out, rotation, and then just mainly tech. Everything's good. It's a primary, I'd say 80%. Yeah, I'll get you the checkup here in a little bit. We don't have it just yet. Affirm on Google Pay News. Google's even up on the high at 1.5. Amazon, Nvidia, Oracle, and Broadcom, and then BBAI. Where's weed stocks? And then Intel. All right, and then MO, bro. That one's killing it. I don't know. Staples, if we could get a good staple rotation, but they're not really there. Whirlpool and Restoration on the high. Let's go back to ON. That was the earnings winner, still 11. Tesla's on the low. And bonds are down. You're down 0.5%. Your girl says she appreciates what we do. Oh, man. Tell her we appreciate her. And we appreciate Mr. Fahar. It's a team effort. That's what you could tell her. It's a team effort. All right? It goes both ways because, you know, not everybody has the same reaction. So that's good. You see, one person's like, wow, we love you. My fiance, my wife says thank you. And then the other one's like, I hate you, Josh. I hate you. Banned me. I hate you. I hate you. So it could go either way. And I'm glad that you went that way. So thank you. And God bless your newly formed family. You guys are amazing. ON, Meta. Yeah, bro. Meta's almost at $800. Make no mistake. That's like still part of the crazy pre-run. Remember, we had some of those post-earnings one that we got free, and then, yeah. But yeah, dude, it's starting to rip back up, actually. So anything, once Meta, if it starts hitting 800, people might start to get a little crazy. It's your birthday. Oh, happy birthday, baby. You almost forgot. Oh, there you I'm like looking away when I hit the horn. I gotta go. There you go. It's just a little bit more nerfed. Happy birthday, baby. That's it, man. Stay alive. Choose life and do good with it. Amen. UNH on the high as well. So again, XLV is looking great. You even got J&J popping here right now. I don't know if that's news or not. Yeah, J&J just took like what? Maybe 0.5% off of a candle, a little less. But that's starting to move up. ASTS, that's the, again, all these crypto Ethereum ones. And then Microsoft. And Big Tech's killing it. Again, Russell, though, almost at 1%. Now VRT, then ANET. Remember, your ANET contracts are still up a decent amount if you still have them. They are going to expire this week. Actually, no, they came down. They're only up 100%. Those are up literally 500% yesterday. We need to get in the money. Crowd, ASPI. Microsoft, bro. Big Tech's doing good. Again, UNH. Now J&J's coming back down. And then again, VST for like infrastructure. Even got TSM moving, but that J&J move now looks weird. SPY 0.5 though. You won't get away from this. NASDAQ is able to and Russell, but SPY 0.5 is being very, very sticky. Erdogan tells Zelensky they're working on humanitarian areas. Nibis, and then Bonds. Yo, Bonds just got murked. Hi, yeah, something's going on. Watch out. You have a big flush on this SPY. Bonds, gold, something just snapped. Eyes. Hello. Yeah, bro, something just happened. I don't know what it is. Literally everything. Jerome, too late. Powell must now lower the rates. It's a true social. Yeah, hold on. But that's weird. That's too big of a reaction. Powell must lower the rate. That's what I'm saying. You're moving very big right now for just the we hate Jerome Powell comment. Yeah, he says, too late. Powell must lower the rate. Munchkin really gave me a beauty when he pushed this loser. The damage he has done by being too late is incalculable. Fortunately, the economy is so good. We've blown through Powell and the complacent board. $3 billion. Yeah, he's just complaining. That's not it. There has to be something else. It might recover and welcome, that's what I'm saying, CPI. And then we'll see how the cash open goes. But that moved up the dollar. That moved gold. That killed bonds. Considering allowing a major lawsuit against Powell. That's the only thing. That's the thing in there that, wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm considering allowing a major lawsuit because of the horrible and grossly incompetent job. So he's going to let Bill Pulte sue him. Yeah, they'll sue for the construction of Fed buildings. So yeah, Trump is now threatening to allow a lawsuit against Powell. So again, I think you might brush it off, but for a second there, that was looking like it was something. Christy! Mm-hmm. That's pretty wild, bro. Yeah, the bonds already recovered that. Meta's hitting a 52-week high. But yeah, the bonds already recovered that. SPY should go back to normal. FIG is going up as well. Again, NASDAQ lost, what, a quarter on that? Russell pretty much stayed the same. SPY, Dow back at 0.5 there. Again, Meta is killing it. TEM. Oh, wow. Is that 5%? It's already up 5%. Then that's going. You even got Airbnb. The 30-second velocity is starting to ramp up now. Again, the recovery on that probably gave you more of a bid. Yeah, I got CoreWeave. There's a bunch of names on the high right now. So again, the short-term velocity just started running, and now you got Tesla flushing. And then Amazon's on the low. So that's like the first mega cap alongside Tesla. Tesla's actually still in the green, but they're about to go red. And then again, you got Meta killing it, and Google, and Microsoft. Actually, Microsoft's doing a little better. Where's Apple? Apple might go red too. FIG's still going, but again, this little fiasco with the Powell lawsuit now is you're kind of dancing around here. And TNXP, all right, new low. So again, that's your first little set of volatility is just off of a Trump tweet. But yeah, it's related to Powell. Like we're saying, man, now you've given up the little gap. And then welcome to CPI day. Just keep in mind here, this is the first candle. So right when it came out, even though the core was higher, we went up. And then now we're going to play the game. I'm not, no, I'm doing a different recording today. So I guess I am in a different place, but the same place. Yeah, I just had the headphones in. Cigna. Again, healthcare is doing very good. Walmart. Oh, I forgot about Wally World. Yeah, they got earnings coming up too. Netflix on the low. MP's rocketing. So again, you had USAR and some of these other plays up a shit ton today. But SPY's going lower. Again, you got a couple. USAR's literally hitting the high. You got like Amazon, Apple, and then the other Mag 7s are almost about to go red too. But ever since that Trump thing, we're freaking out. You could get mad at it, but remember, like this morning, I mean, I was telling you, I'm like, I don't know, I didn't like the data. And you guys are like, well, I thought you said it's up. And now, just welcome to CPI day. So give it a couple of hours. We'll find out. But just, we need something material still. For the most part, people might freak out, and we got a pretty wide range. But I don't think it's anything crazy just yet. Tesla, that went red. Again, Google. That one's going to be, they got 0.5%, but then Amazon too. Amazon's already flushing 1% right now. Meanwhile, Meta's just ripping, but then that's starting to come down now. You're starting to get the wider pull. Oh, CNC. I like Centene, but healthcare. Then where's Intel? NVO on the high. Yeah, Intel's climbing up. Crypto's making a move, and then healthcare, and then you got, like, remember, software and like smaller tech is kind of doing its thing. Give it 9 more minutes, I'll get you a checkup. It's still mad early, man. We haven't even been here for 30 minutes. So again, we were just early because of the data, but yeah, like trading wise, this is still early. So in a weird way, appreciate the movement. I'm glad we're actually moving a little bit. So that's the good part. Former FedEx CEO died a few months ago. I didn't know that. UNH rip in there again. We just had Cigna, and then I even see Humana is running too. So like drug companies aren't doing too hot. You just had NVO climbing, but a couple of the other healthcares are going. And now oil, I'm seeing CVX. I don't know if oil is going to start ripping. It's been down. And then that's what level is this? Zero in this pops. My chat just refreshed, baby. Good morning. Yeah, equal weight is a little bit more matched up now. Actually, equal weight's doing better than this SPY. So yeah, that's a big flip flop. You had the SPY and everything up doubling, but now equal weight is actually doing better. Estee Lauder on the high. Whoa. And now oil's taking a candle. So yeah, that oil candle's hitting. I don't know what it is, and then a couple of other things are moving. China is going one way. Good morning. Yeah, UNH getting bigger volume now. HRI, VST. Watch the China names too. So SPY got a couple candles there, but yeah, man. You're right below 6,400. So that's it. Again, yesterday you cascaded below it, so now you gapped up above, and then we're still dancing. Pepel. Is that Morgan Stanley? More? That's a 52-week high. All right, coming up a little bit. Bond's hitting a new low, though, with all of it. You're going to buy calls a few months out? Nice. I don't know. May apply to you, but we have memberships for sale, too. So if you guys want to chat in the chat room, you need a membership. And then if you do end up breaking the rules, you will need another membership. Just don't tell me, but yeah. So if you're interested, you guys could become a member. ON on the low. Yeah, Fig's been going up. It just sucks the contracts haven't gotten cheaper, but yeah, it's up 8. I think Circle was going too. Where were those? Where are the other IPOs? Dude, you don't think that's weird? Why haven't? What's the other one, bro? Fig. Oh, no. What am I thinking of? There was one more, Fly. I haven't heard about these IPOs as much, to be honest. And then we've heard Circle and the other one, but yeah, considering how hyped they were on day one, I thought we'd hear more. UNH about to go 260. Farmer. Well, thank you, my friend. You didn't even break the rules. I don't know why you bought. Thank you, my friend. Bullish IPO. Isn't that is that Peter Thiel? Again, he had another one. Estee Lauder, I kept putting that one up, but China names are going down. SPY right back to VWAP. You're at the low end of where that Trump Truth Social came in. That big dip was just Trump. He tweeted about Powell, and then we kind of freaked out. Again, today's a big day with CPI. It already was kind of making people scratch their head, but I think we're just a little sensitive. But we don't have any other data. We might hear from Trump and other things, but we're taking it home. Again, after tomorrow, it's like really Thursday, Friday, we'll get the final sets of data, and then that should sum us up. Either we still hold 64, or we'll be well above it, or well below it. We'll see. Welcome to August, though. This is that we thought today could kick off seasonality, but again, the data just was right there in the middle. I still think it's bad, though. I was not a fan. ATNF is ripping now. That play was down. That's the Peter Thiel one from this morning. So it just went $5 to $6 right there. That might be your last call if you're going to gamble on that. So again, you knew about that from pre-market. I saw Target moving up, but we didn't really talk about it. Oh, wow, yeah, 106. Again, they have earnings, I'm pretty sure. And then you got Walmart right around the corner. Oh, CRM, no, but I like that one. They're down 2.5, not too bad. Yeah, CRM's actually going lower. So remember, we talked about this. If you want one of the like crazy growth names, if you don't want like a value name that is down and you insist on buying something that is like tech heavy, yeah. But I still think you could get it at a better price. But that's crazy though. They've already dropped a lot. And SPY's coming down there after that little VWAP move. What's ADN? You got a couple of small caps moving. Keep an eye on crypto as well. You got a few. What is this? ADN? Just this looks so liquid as shit. That looks mad scammy. The NASI. Yeah, your NASDAQ is only up by like 0.19. So yeah, tech is. I think it's like the Amazon and Google's. If those all go red right there, that's just not good. But everything was up not too long ago. I'm going to get you guys a checkup here in a second. Tesla's flipping red now, and that's almost down 1%. So, and then Russell's still at 0.8, 0.9 though. So whether Trump tweet or not, it doesn't matter. Russell has been holding, so that's been the good part. Cardinal now, it's another healthcare. Again, XLV is up. Cardinal's actually in the red, but yeah, XLV is actually going through. Maybe that money's rotating to UNH. That could be it. BDX, and then Intel still up 2. Nvidia's down 1. Nvidia's coming into the low right now. So is AMD. So yeah, that's not good. And then oil's climbing up. Oil started down 2. At least oil names. Now you got Merck. That's another healthcare name. Now Pepsi. Woo! All right, there you go. Hold on. Staple rotation, brothers. There you go. Not all of them yet, but just eyes on that. So look, XLP starting to come up as you're at the low. So if market breaks, XLP will rip, or market's going to bounce, XLP is going to fade. So keep your eyes on that. That rotation, again, that's how we hit 1,800% on MO. So if you were paying attention to this rotation, I think it's, we don't have it confirmed yet, but that is important. And I think that will give you a lot of clarity if we could get that. Because maybe today might be a weird CPI day, but yo, you give us a rotation. That's easy. That's easy. So yeah, Pepsi's starting to go again, UNH. Then AMD and chips though. So like I'm saying, you're kind of listening to what I'm saying. Chips down, tech down, and then certain values going up. So that's literally your rotation. Where's J&J? That one flipped. And then, yo, PG, what's up? That's another staple. Okay. Let's see what we could. You guys think we could pull it off? I think I can. I need to find a sweet spot. I have a play, but let's put it to the test. Actually, no, this one will not work. What's the date today? The 12th? TGT. Well, yeah, so watch those staples, though. Those are moving up. Again, that's part of, remember, Walmart and Target. That does actually apply. Fed Barkin making comments right now. Nibis and then MDB. Then the staples are going, but now watch with the SPY. So again, if SPY comes up in NASDAQ, see what those end up doing. Let me see. I have a good one, but I need more time. It's not gonna work. Airbnb, ATNF halted again. We saw that one come up after the red. Yeah, UNH, that's been leading healthcare today. I keep seeing it on the high ticker, actually. Yeah, and then again, a couple of others are moving up. The drug names, not as much, so just be mindful. Yeah, the UNHs have ripped. All the calls have came up a lot. I like them. Remember the Buffett rumor? You had people hyping it up from there, so you're still playing that little weird game with it. I will be watching. MDT. Yeah, the wheat stuff, that one came down. I'm glad we took some in the morning. Equal weight breaking out, that'll be good. Again, Russell's there. High ticker just got a burst. A lot of different names, various industries. I saw like Disney, financials, and real estate. All just popped there. So yeah, equal weight. I mean, again, it's like a little Egyptian boy was telling you about a rotation. And then now all of a sudden, equal weight is going fucking vertical. So yeah, that's to show you that rotation. It's not big tech. That's why SPY and NASDAQ, they're already up. But now you're literally making up all of yesterday's move on the equal weight right now. Woo! There you go. Watch this rotate. You good to go, baby. You good to go. Nice. We got another one, too. And then you guys on the stream alerts, you guys are still crackheads. You know that? Even after. Why did you guys buy 2,000 of those? So it's up 500%. I think we're really good, but still, you guys need to slow down. Well, do whatever the fuck you want. It's your life. Get a house. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, yeah, that staple move was fire, though. If you just caught that, there was a couple of cheapies. You could have tripled up right there. It worked. I just said I had one, bro. But yeah, do something with it if you need. But yeah, people go crazy. Target's still going. Then you got Qualcomm and then SPY at VWAP. Again, Uber as well, too. But look, this is just broader now. Staples led it, and then the rotation, and then if tech carries on, give it another like 20, 30 minutes. This is either going to continue or we're going to find out who the leader really is. So yeah, but look at that, man. That's a stick. TXN. I like UNH, bro. I really like UNH there. If that could finally start going. Circle's dumping. You guys are saying they had earnings today. Okay. Which one is it? Oh, those are far, but we could pull it off. Please hold. NVIDIA. Again, NVIDIA, now you're back at VWAP, but NVIDIA started to give up some. So see what chips do and then just tie it into the rotation. See if that holds up or not, but you are starting to run a little bit harder. I have a couple of other ones I want right now. Give me a sec. Let's see if we can hit it. Okay. Oh, come on. It won't fill me on all of them. That might be a good sign. All right. Well, I'll see if this could go, but we're going to hold the original. I like it, though. Oh, Nike. I haven't looked at that. I forgot, honestly, especially with the ONON. Probably should have. J&J's coming back down. MP. And then bonds, that little VWAP break, not as much. And then you got USAR and a couple of those other plays moving. And then Philip Morris on the low. I'm trying to hunt on one. They're scamming me. Adobe recovered. Small caps are still killing it. You're up by 1.3. So look, that little rotation call out, that brought up the Russell literally by 0.3. Meanwhile, the NASDAQ only went up like a quarter, if that. So yeah, Russell all day. Like I was saying, even here, you were up by 1%. So Russell's taking the green, and then it's leaving any of the red. Economic advisor Moran, Fed independence is paramount. He's on CNBC right now. Remember, this is your new, he's technically going to be one of your new Fed people.
Again, that's up to the Senate, and I can't speak for them.
Do you think, I mean, look, the market, as I mentioned, is like 90% certain that we're going to get a rate cut in September, though, there's plenty in this report, as evidenced by Carl Barkin's comments at the top of the hour. There's still a case, don't you think, to wait and see on tariff inflation, on services inflation, which we saw heat up a little bit, and the rent prices and the dental and medical cost area, that sort of thing. I mean, do you think it's a slam dunk that they're going to be cutting?
Look, as I said a moment ago, I do think that inflation has been well behaved, particularly since the president took office and completely changed the slate of economic policies in every part of policy that the executive branch can control directly from the presidency. However, as I said a moment ago as well, I just can't comment on current interest rate policy at the moment.
So who's paying? So I have shown yesterday. I showed a chart. $29 billion was collected into the U.S. Treasury in tariffs last month, and this just numbers above $150 billion year to date. Who's paying for it if we're not seeing it show up in a meaningful way in consumer inflation?
Yeah, well, look, in the long run, the arguments about tax incidents will hold sway. And in the tax incidence literature in public finance, the field of economics, the basic result is that the more inflexible party bears the burden of a tax or a subsidy or whatever it is, right? And at the end of the day, the American public is very flexible in terms of who they buy from. We can buy from other countries that we set varyingly high or low tariff rates on, and we can make stuff at home. That flexibility gives us the ability to shift the economic burden of something like a tariff onto the country that we're tariffing. So in the long run, I have every confidence that these tariffs will be borne, that the incidents will be borne by the countries that we're tariffing.
And then as far as whether it's working or not, do you have enough evidence at this point that the investment is coming through in a meaningful way to shift, say, the manufacturing outlook, the investment outlook in this country?
Thank you, my
friend. That it's
friend.
working in that way?
I think the commitments that the president has brought home in part of these historic trade deals speak for themselves. $500 billion here, $600 billion there, $1 trillion somewhere else. Pretty soon you're talking about real money. And those are real commitments. Those are coming through the tax incentives in the One Big Beautiful Bill to full expensing on structures, full expensing on R&D and new factories. All of those are incredibly powerful, and it's going to follow through.
Stephen Myron, we appreciate the time today. Thank you very much. It's good to see you.
I thought it was Moran.
Thank you.
Chair of the Council of Economic Advisors and just nominated to be the next Fed governor. Guys, just if you look at some of these, I just want to hammer some of the inflation numbers because we didn't get a chance to dive into it. Just to highlight a little bit about what Chair Myron was saying. And the overall story here is that the tariffs are just not causing inflation in ways that economists expected. If I told you that our effective tariff rate would go skyrocket up to 15 and 18%, somewhere between there, that's what economists estimate it was right now, and that we have 2.7% inflation, you wouldn't believe me because everyone thought that the consumers would pay. Look at core goods.
I didn't.
Core goods ex
Don't say I didn't.
Slipped actually in this month.
No. They yelled at me.
To 0.22%.
You know that they fought with me.
As a tariff inflation
they fought with me for fear.
Last month there was some concern because it was up to about 0.55%. Look at where the inflation came through. It was in core services.
I know. That's actually a level of concern this morning is why was services 4/10? And by the way,
but it's not
core goods was negative year on year in the spring.
Sure.
It's now running 1-2. So it's more about, I think it's about a lack of progress. That's what we're hearing a lot about.
Lack of progress, fine, but not
okay, a couple of other names, and then there's this spy again. Russell keeps advancing.
Negative. Grocery
That's
prices.
still playing out.
That's an important point. I think, as you heard from the chair, new cars. Didn't see an increase. If we were really seeing these tariffs impact, if you continue, apparel. Remember, we were worried that all the apparel made in China and Vietnam barely increased. Toys barely increased. Household furniture I put on because there was an increase. That's an inflationary area, but it was lower than it was in June, where we saw a bigger increase in that number. If you want to know why core went up this month, I mean, it was some of these services, rent, for instance, owner's equivalent, rental prices higher. Airfare saw a big jump and a rebound. I mean, that's not tariffs. That it was low in the last few months. I mentioned dental care. That was like a record monthly surge for dental care. Not sure what's going on there. Auto insurance, medical care. I mean, they're just, as the chair said, they're not inflation-linked categories. Could they be cause for concern for the Fed? Absolutely. That we're not seeing disinflation.
When you go headline 2.3, 2.4, 2.7, 2.7, that is not working your way back to target.
It's not, but it's also not working your way back to 2022 when we had a big inflation
Is that the bar now? The bar is whether or not we get to 9%?
I think the bar is whether we're seeing some sort of big increase that the Fed would have to get out in front of. I think that there's plenty of evidence in here, especially for the Governor Wallers of the world, that tariffs just aren't having that effect, the inflationary effect that everyone was worried about. But there's a good debate about it as well, which we'll continue to do here.
Debate. Yeah, I mean, listen, margins also. I know the only thing is corporate margins. Like, where is it showing up there with tighter, margins? And it hasn't been. So
we just had a good earnings season.
I don't know. That $29 billion came from somewhere, but who's paying the cost of it or how it's being paid is still, I guess, it's a mystery, Sarah. I'm relying.
It's not a mystery. There's just so much fucking money around. They already scammed you with their margins, so they have a lot of room. That's it. And then if you understood from the beginning that tariffs were deflationary, this shouldn't have racked your brain. You know, a lot of people freaking out at the beginning of the year. I think that's what racked everybody's mind. You know, it didn't help turning on the TV and people giving you the wrong information every day for several months in a row. And then after the market bounces 30%, then they tell you they're not worried about it. So, like, if you've been following along, I hope it helped you this year. And that's why, too, yeah, we still do the long term. We made this year so easy to follow. I was talking about it on the long term, or on the watch list. I'm going to talk about it again because I think everybody needs to see this. And it's kind of crazy because, like I'm saying, man, a lot of BS in this stock market. I love it, by the way. Don't get it twisted. But, you know, I think you guys got to slow down. And if this year has been challenging, you may have been making it hard on yourself for no reason. And I say that because, yeah, bro, I've only done a couple of moves, and we talked about this at the beginning of the year because we made good moves coming into this year, and it set us up, and we were in the lead. You know, look, like I said, this was the difference. I could show you everybody was freaking out because look at our performance. It was very obvious. But then again, we were talking about being in the lead, and I was just saying we need to protect it. And that's what we've done all year. We've only made a couple of actions. I've made it very easy to follow. I know I stream live for a lot, but I wanted to make it very easy. And I think we did. And it's, you know, we're closer to the end of the year than the beginning of it. So, you know, you just got to follow along, and it's not much. I mean, if you were in the lead in the beginning, you should be in the lead still, unless you fell for the temptation this year. There was a lot of different things, and there was good pickups, but the pickups were in April, and we did buy them. The only time we bought was there. So other than that, that's it. How can I explain it's deflationary? I'm not going to go back, Christina. That's what I was saying. The thing with a lot of what I'm doing this year is I'm encouraging you guys to listen, and instead of going backwards like I have in the past, I'm going to kind of put it on you guys because there's good info and you need to take it in at the right time. So thankfully your question doesn't really matter as much anymore because everybody has gotten over it. But in the moment when we were going over it every day, that's where it was. So you'd have to go back to the beginning of the year. Some of the watch list, I think I have a watch list titled about it, but yeah, I want you guys to lock in and understand these concepts because you have the material. And that's the thing that happened. You know, imagine how many of those economic lessons showed up at the beginning of this year. So I think a lot of you guys were very, very ready for it. So I'm very glad. BM&R on the low. Exactly. That's what I've been telling you from the get-go. That's what I'm saying. Some of these kind of crazy, bro, because
That's why I'm saying, bro, some of these things I've told you, it's the same exact shit, dude. Nothing has changed. I love it, bro. And that's why I'm telling you. I said it from day one, even now. I said, bro, the real cause of inflation is not tariffs. It's money supply. You know, it's government spending. That's why I made such a big deal about the big, beautiful bill and all that. So, yeah, man, I'm glad. I'm glad that some of you have been paying attention. Bow, 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 bow. SPY's working its way up. Procter & Gamble came down. So Staples kind of faded. Look. So this was the staple rotation, and then we saw this the other day. Remember when we actually made the MO plays? It's going to come down, and then if they might not come back up. But if they come back up, it'll go with the next rally. But other than that, that rotation only lasted for a second. For now. So we need it to go through. Trump says Goldman refuses to give credit where it's due. Goldman David Solomon should focus on being a DJ. U. Oh, no, that's a Lulu. Lulu. But yeah, that's going up. Again, you guys talked about Nike. I was saying ON and all those. Yeah, Trump is truthing away right now. Yeah, Whirlpool did cut their dividend, unfortunately. That was off the last earnings. Yeah, it was actually 5 minutes ago, the Truth Social. Staples, hold on. Now they're getting another bar. What the hell? So yeah, high ticker is running. Even China now, too. A couple of China names are starting to pop, but then you just had another burst with Staples. People didn't understand that companies would go bankrupt. Yeah, if it was really bad, that's a good way to look at it. But I just think there was a lot of misinfo. Like you guys don't remember I think from January till March, even at the lows, I was even banning people, and they really thought I was the bad guy. Because again, you don't remember the conversations of me explaining this to people, and I was like, bro, there was some Chads who would get very mad at me for saying what I said. And I was like, bro, you guys can't be doing this. I remember that one guy specifically. I had to go on that rant for it. So it's just like, dude, unfortunately, there's just a lot of fake info. I mean, or at least people, whether you call it fake or real, people just at some time period in the beginning of the year, they were more concerned with like broadcasting what they were worried about than the actual like reality. Would I trim AMD? Depends what it is. If it's for the long term, no. I don't know. I mean, your long-term plan is 10 years minimum. So you got to go and operate within that. Well, it was even after the election. That's why I was getting a little bit more frustrating. Because I was just telling people, I was like, I don't know why you're even making it political. It's over. But yeah, some people are getting mad. I kept explaining the prices. And I was telling them what was going to happen, but nah, I was not well received by all. But if you did get it, it should have made you some money. TXN set to raise prices? Or? I don't know. I'm surprised nobody was talking about it. There was a quantum news. Financial Times had something on Google and quantum last night. China names are going up. TXN's already up 5. But again, some of these China names are waking up right now. Yeah, JD, Yin, Baidu, K-Web in general, all going up. Labu. All right, there's JD. UNH started chilling out there. That's what you're struggling with. You understand the long term in your plan. No, you're making it more difficult. You know the rules. You're just choosing not to follow it.
So go, do whatever you want, but stop wasting my time, and we don't need to have a conversation about breaking the law, if that makes any sense. That's why it's so easy. I'm not trying to be mean, but the way I treat it, I'm trying to encourage you to treat it like this in your mind. Because when I have rules, I love rules. You know why? Because I don't have to think. I don't have to overthink it. So you're telling me this. What about this? I'm like, I don't care. You know why? Because I have a rule. So if it's 10 years minimum, when do I sell? Should I sell? What if this happens? What if Donald Trump? What if Joe Biden? What if this? What if that? What if this? And then this, and then this, and then that. Doesn't matter. What's the rule? Okay, I'm at year number 2. Awesome. I'm at year number 1. Awesome. I'm at year number 3. Great. I don't have to worry about it. HBI on the low, and then oh, yo, they're gonna say that deal didn't go through. Yo, check Gildan. Gildan on the high, HBI on the low. They have to say that's not legit then. Remember, there was a buyout rumor in the morning, and now they're tweaking. The buyer is going up, the seller, the one who's getting bought is going down, and then the buyer is going up. That means it could be falling through. Watch out for that. Yeah, man, that's what I was saying, though. This year, we talked about it a lot. That's why some of you guys just got to lock in, bro. It's for real. But I think the stage of, like, not following the rules, like, we're past that, if that makes any sense. It's just, because you're either doing it or you're not at this point. So if you're not going to follow the, like, actual simple rules, then you don't have to. You can do whatever you want, but I just can't. Like, we can't offer the same performance or anything. And, like, it's not really a long term at that point. So you got to do oh, what the fuck was that? Oh, I didn't cancel that. Fuck. All right, well, I bought a bunch of fucking HBIs. Damn it, I put that in there in the morning. I put a fucking cheapie, bro. Fuck. Yeah, well, okay, I got one. I put that in I put I put a limit in. I thought I canceled that. I swear I canceled that one. If you don't follow the rules, you can't go to the farm. I agree. Oh, $6 a share? Ugh. That's terrible. It should be $12 a share. So that's why it dropped. They're not paying as much. BG, Bungie on the high, and then Spy still up there. Pepsi, VRT. But yeah, man, you guys follow the rules. Not only in the chat, but that's part of what I was showing you with the performance, man. Like, think about it. I only did 2 things this whole entire year, bro. And we killed it, and we made it very easy. Like, the reality is that if you really wanted a good model to follow that will still beat the world and outperform, you didn't have to do anything. That's it. How many people actually did stuff, though? And that was the thing. If you just didn't follow, and then in the last 8 months, you had many opportunities to be tempted to break the rules. Because then there was FOMO, all these liars, everybody. It moves a lot. You're like, should I sell it? Should I do this? It's just like, bro. All you have to do is just stick to the rules. If you honored the rules, they honored you. If you didn't, you either got lucky or you got unlucky. That's just the reality of it. So yeah, man, this 10-year plan, man, you guys got to treat it seriously. And if you do, I mean, it's going to reward you. It's going to reward you. But yeah, I've just seen a lot of people month after month. You're going to get tempted by this, especially on this. So, like I said, choose your frustration and choose it now. Man, if you chilled and held, it was easy. And then now, as it gets to the end of the year and we're going to get more opportunities, we're going to do it with a lot of cash. So, yeah. Remember, sometimes the biggest risk to your money may be yourself. That's why I go little by little. Have a plan. You don't always have to do something. If you could put it in the right place and let it grow, that's what's going to give you results. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is easy, but I think this year, even the last 8 months, it just shows you people understand it. It's the hard part is the discipline. The hard part is only making one decision, not giving into the greed, going, chasing, rushing, trying to force things. There's so many different ways to break the rules, and it's only one easy way to follow it. Baba's on the high now. Schmid will adjust views. Fed Schmid tariffs are likely muted. Sign that policy is appropriately calibrated. I don't know if we got a true social, but yeah, China names are popping again. It's actually getting big. I gave you 5 minutes ago. We were talking about K-Web, Baidu, and JD, but now you got Baba. Pinduoduo. Yeah, man, China plays are going. Futu, I see more China than is Reddit a China play. That's on the high. So that's going up with it. I mean, the high ticker is still doing very well. You don't have too many names going down, and then bonds are trying to chill, but bonds are pretty work. NASDAQ, 0.5%. SPY. Russell is the ultimate winner from the open till now. And then even equal weight, but it did come back. So that staple rotation lasted for a little bit. Delta and Unity on the high. City. Thank you. Don't thank me. Okay? You got to pay attention. So I know you haven't been here and you're pulling people in the chat to help you. I don't like that. Because you guys need to get on it and don't compliment me. I need you to focus, lock in, and we must end the disease of poverty. And we're not going to do that with a lackluster, approach to all of this. We don't need compliments. We need to save 10% and we need to execute it. All you have to do is save money and do 2 actions this year. So that's all we need to do. Everything else is extracurricular. So I'm glad, but we've talked about it a lot now. Now we have to follow through and live it. And I hope I see you in 12 months because today doesn't matter. What matters is if you stick with it again. Otherwise, what happens if you do the same thing and you stick with it for a couple of months and get pulled away again? And then you go. So that's what I'm saying. The investment of all of this, what's going to matter is not what you say today. What matters is what you do for the next 12 months. And I look forward to seeing what all of you do. But without the action, we won't have anything else. So, and I've seen a lot of people talk about it over these years. And unfortunately, I have seen more talk than action. So, yeah. ASML. Dude, Reddit goes with the China plays. I don't know. It makes me laugh. Okay, now the low ticker is slowing down, or the high ticker, and then a couple of Low ticker names picking up. We're like right near the high. Where is this? Oh, 0.5% on the SPY, bro. It won't go above this. And then Goldman on the high. Tesla dojo workers reassigned after supercomputer project was axed. End of Tesla dojo affects semiconductor firmware engineers. Does China own a piece? I don't know. I mean, they're going up. A-Lab. I don't know. Is that earnings or are they just moving? A-Lab's up 5. Ukrainian drones hit warehouse with long-range attack drones in Russia. Second time in 4 days. Well, well, well. IPO, is that the Peter Thiel one? Renaissance IPO ETF? What is this? Oh, just an IPO ETF. Uber. Yeah, Philip, that's what I was saying this morning. They threw Philip Jefferson and a couple of other people onto the list. I think Trump and Besson are just trying to bribe everybody to fall in line. I'll give you the jab. Anybody can. Who wants to cut rates? Raise your hand. Howard! Howard! Heads up, 7 up. Yeah, who said yes? Good, good, get them. Nibix. Intel. That's what I'm saying, though. I really think that Trump and Besant are like, well, fuck it. You saw by just like with Waller and Bowman, and then they're like, we'll give anybody the job. And then everyone's going to all start, you know, sucking up to him. And then maybe he could flip the whole Fed without ever having to flip Powell. If you offer everybody on the Fed Powell's job, they might be willing to backstab Powell. Ta-da! That's what it sounds like to me. Albemarle lithium plant probed in Chile. Hot dog. Do Kwon to plead guilty on fraud over 40 billion crypto collapse. Scheinbaum nominates Maria del Carmen for Deputy Finance Minister. The pay isn't that good. I think it's like 100 or 200 grand a year, but I think it's the power. The most important person in the world, besides the president, is probably going to be the Fed chair. Some would argue the Fed chair is more important. VIX Ulta is already just up. That one at 380, and we talked about that was another one near Hershey's when we brought it up. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
The 12 run
Real Cult News on
fabulous.
Twitter.
And
the AMC
box
CEO
is going to be the biggest that it's been since COVID. Fortunately, we've made our
some of
company
you chose this
so
guy
much more
over
efficient.
me, and
Our
I'm
profit
glad.
per patron is up almost 50% since
Fucking
pre-COVID
idiots.
levels. We don't
I'll be
actually
right
need
back.
the box office to come all the way back to pre-COVID levels, but we do need movies. And when you think about the movies that are coming, hello, Wicked for Good at Thanksgiving, hello, Avatar, Fire and Ash at Christmas, we're looking at a ton of big movies that are being released in theaters over the next actually year and a half. Not only is 25 looking good, but all of 2026 is looking great.
Well, you're going to need to keep the momentum going after F1, which my kids have already seen 3 times in the theater, Adam. So what is it?
Sarah, speaking of F1 quickly,
yeah.
F1 is such a perfect example of one of the reasons why the movie industry is recovering. First, you have this transaction that was completed just last week where Skydance is taking over Paramount. Skydance has already indicated publicly it wants to double the number of movies that it releases at Paramount. F1 is a major, major effort from Apple. And as we know, Apple, one of the most important companies on the planet, can really add to the strength of Hollywood if it commits to movie making in a big way. And F1 was an enormous success for Apple. We expect more coming from Apple in 2026, 2027.
No, it's a big bet that paid off for them. But my question, Adam, is Happy Gilmore 2 is a streaming original. It didn't come to theaters. And so there is this sort of lurking question about whether that is a new model.
Well, it's a model, but it doesn't mean it's a model that comes at our expense. When you look at some of the biggest movies that have come out in the past decade, movies like Avatar 2, movies like Avengers Endgame, movies that gross, $2 billion worldwide. Like, Netflix was a business. I mean, the consumer's appetite for content is so voracious that streaming services and theaters can operate harmoniously together at the same time. And actually, we argue, and the facts support, that the most successful movies on streaming services are not the ones that just go to streaming services first and only, but they're the ones that go to theaters first, where there's a big theatrical release, a big global phenomenon. Then they go to the streaming services,
bro, fuck this,
and
dude.
they're watched that much more. What was the biggest movie watched on Paramount Plus?
That's what, bro. Y'all reported me. We got all the GameStop AMC stuff. That was a damn psyop. I can't believe it. Y'all reported my channel, got me demonetized for like all because we bought it at $2, sold it at $38, and then made $25,000 on covered calls. Y'all were like, let's get him banned. That's amazing. So God bless you, baby. God bless you. God is good. But yeah, AMC, man, they had reports. I'm surprised to hear about it. I can't believe they still cover that trash. So and then we bought Netflix at one something, so that was good. Gildan's going up, and then banks too. Wells Fargo. Yeah, Wells Fargo, Citi, Morgan Stanley. And then again, China has still been going. SPY near the high of the day, but it's really hard to get out of this 0.5 on the SPY. I said you weren't going to heaven. I know. That dude would still email me until I put the AI on my email to like find the weird shit. That dude would still email me like at least like 8 months ago at the beginning of the year. Same dude. And I'm like, bro, you still watch and you still... That's just Delulu, bro. Just Delulu. You know what I'm saying, bro? To witness that in front of all of it, and the whole time I was just trying to help you, and then you're like, and then you missed that, and then you're gonna get mad, and then 4 years later still just be like, oh yeah, it's Delulu, doc. It's okay. That's why this market, man, it'll throw you in a whirlpool if you're not ready mentally. So just I'd get on the clarity thought, accurate thought, and you'll be fine. The Paramount, yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. That Paramount stuff, Paramount is just, don't even get me started. I didn't want to put it up. Delta, that one's still going. Again, Baba's now really ripping. Again, you got Futu, JD, Pinduoduo, and even Baidu, and then a couple of other names. You still have the US ones. Actually, it's 740. Let me get you guys the checkup. What are we working with? All right, you got SPY 366 in the green, 135 in the red. NASDAQ 70 in the green, 30 in the red. And then Dow Jones 20 in the green, 10 in the red. Citi and Cigna, and then bigger volume at the high on Baba right now. Okay, Intel's starting to rip now too. I haven't seen a chip going except for like Asmil and Broadcom. Bio. All right, man. See, you got China moving, bonds moving. A lot of various names are starting to react. So if we could get above and hit a new high, you'll get a little bit of juice, I think. Yeah, the larger weighting, that's the reason. Again, we have more than like 30%, 37%, I think, of the market is just 10 stocks or 7 stocks. So that's why we're on the lookout for the rotation, the equal weight. Some of these days it goes back and forth. That's what makes it very deceptive, because the market looks one way, but you know, the equal weight also looks another way too. American foot traffic falls nearly 9% over Sydney Sweeney controversy. Oh no. AEO. Wait till Bud brings her out. Delta still. This one is still go, Habibi. It still is a go. Bank of America. Dude, financials. Kind of crazy. Financials are up 1.2 today. Again, you didn't even have like earnings or anything. I think we heard that thing with Citi. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. SMPS. Asmil again. That's the only other chip one that I see going. Asmil and Broadcom. I just like saying Asmil now that I know how to say it. This whole time it wasn't there. Okay, XLP trying to do it again. Same, all of them. They just kind of paused for a little bit. They held up like the SPY, and now, yeah, we're just waiting. We are just waiting. TXN, again, they already had the price target raise. I think TXN and STX, they had a headline, but they're already up. SPY wants to go. Look at the high ticker, man. 30-second, 5-minute is almost all maxed out, but yeah, the SPY's not moving. I think you need a Apple and an Amazon and a Meta. And then China's still going. More highs on Baba and Pinduoduo, and all those other ones are still going up with it. I see a lot of China names on the high still. That one's been going. That was the next. We had the staple one earlier, and then the second half was China. Meanwhile, the SPY's not doing anything. NASDAQ did come up, and then Russell is slowly advancing, or at least near the 1.6. And that has been outperforming all day. Oh, yeah, where is NVIDIA? Actually, I'm going to keep that up. And, I mean, if Meta could go up, that'll be good. But there you go. SPY starting to move. Yalla, habibi. Look at the high ticket. So very active. Energy's going up. XLE. So you still got a red there. Equal weight's hitting a new high. SPY is actually 2 points below. And then, again, 16 to 17. If we could get above that, then you're going to start going into, what's it called? The brand new high, 64.24. And then anything from there will be new. Yeah, more banks. Those are still going as well. All right, now, ladies. Yeah. CMI to China. Hi. Yeah, China's all up now 2%. They were down 2 in the morning. That's the crazy part. That is the crazy one. Yeah, Microsoft. Again, you get one of these. Microsoft, Google, Amazon. If one of them goes, you'll start making another move. Otherwise, you'll just slowly move up like this if they all just stay the same. And again, we haven't had a headline. You've got a couple of Truth Social comments, but that was about it. What the hell is that for staples? All right, staples are starting to ramp up too. Again, you have the equal weight kind of do that vertical again. So see. My goodness. MDT. Labu. Yeah, man, a lot of things. Again, about 70%. 70% of the NASDAQ is in the green. And then again, 75% of the Dow. Dow's actually hitting 1%. Russell's going. That's hitting a new high. Oklo on the high. Didn't they have bad earnings? Oh, I think good. They're up 4.5. Oklo's going up. See if any of the other nuclear starts moving. They're all at highs right now. And travel doing good too. And then there's Joby. Some of these are new. Joby's had 70 highs. The other one too. Now Illumina. So yeah, you got a couple of new names. Or they were just holding up and haven't gone. Lulu, 75 highs. Ethereum, it hasn't moved yet, but it's holding. And gold near the low. TMO, it's another healthcare. All right. Though I think you're not going to get any action until Mag 7 moves. Or you'll just keep doing this. Everything moving. Think about all the callouts I just gave you. And you're moving like 3 points, dude. So yeah, you're going to need your Mag 7. Otherwise, you need a really big broadening out if you want to get a lot more juice. But it's going now. That's your first SPY breakout. Equal weight already did it, but yeah, you're hitting a new high right now. But there's a lot. Look at the high ticker. Nothing else is moving now on the low ticker. And then, yeah, like I said, a couple new names. Hi. Oh, is that 52-week high on the SPY? Oh? What? So SPX is about like 9 points away from another high, but literally the SPY ETF has hit a 52-week high. Hi. RH. So yeah, I guess, yeah, you're a little, this is, you hit this pre-market. So yeah, now we're finally breaking that. And that's without Mag 7 going too crazy. I mean, you do have Meta up and all that. But like I'm saying, if you want like real crazy moves, just wait till Mag 7. Otherwise, you're big broadening out if we're going to keep going like this. Target, UNH. I mean, if it was leading early in the morning, I'm going to assume that it'll keep going. So watch out for that. Healthcare slowed down. A lab. More China, Habibi. You have 30,000. What should you buy? Time. Buy time. Buy time. Just follow the plan. You know, it doesn't matter what you have or don't have. If you guys haven't noticed, that's how we operate. All that matters is just setting the plan in motion and then following through with it little by little. Because that's, you know, at sometimes if you do a lump sum, it might be great or it might be the worst decision ever. That's what sucks. And again, I think a lot of people, they get really excited. They want to get in the market. But they want to just they want to click a button and do something, but it's gonna a lot of clicks and a lot over every month, little by little. Space it out over time. That's how you really do it. Maybe a repump. Didn't they have earnings, or am I tripping? I'm pretty sure there was like an earnings headline on Oklo this morning. So we'll see. BG still going. That one I think was running with the China plays. Or was that with the staples earlier? But yeah, food plays, they've been going up. I haven't watched them too hard. What? Oh, that's ADN. I was like, that's up 30? ADM. Yeah, so all the food, they're doing decent. Again, Conagra's actually ripping right now at the high with some volume. So yeah, I'm looking at all these food plays. Bungie, Conagra, ADM, Tyson, they already reported. DKS is on the high too. I've been seeing that one. Restaurants, they ain't doing too hot. Pizza, pizza. All right, that's what I'm saying, bro. That was a lot of energy to just go a couple points, and then now we're chilling. You need Mag 7. Otherwise, that's what it'll feel like. You'll do like a lot of movement, a lot of individual names, but then it's not causing like a major SPY move. And then once again, you have China going. Pinduoduo. Lisa Su backs bringing chip manufacturing to U.S., citing security, economics gain, and supply chain resilience. Lisa, we love you, Lisa. Thank you, Lisa. Baba, again. All right, man, just keep an eye on China at this point. It's up a lot, but not really, man. I think it's just kind of moving oddly slow, and we just keep seeing it all day. But yeah, because it's 1.6 is not bad, but then again, like every day, how many highs is that? After a couple hundred, I've seen this thing up like 300. Oh, is there going to be a press briefing? They're saying at 10 a.m., so in 2 minutes. Yeah, it was down early on. That was the news. They said Baba can't buy the chips. A-Lab. All right, man. And then a couple of those clothing names are coming down. You got Lulu and the other one go up. Now Defense, RTX, that's 26 highs on the day. That's what I'm saying. Notice if you're looking at the high ticker, pay attention to the ones that are just hitting a high. If it has a low count, that's a new one, and that's what I think is kind of interesting here. So you're getting a little burst right now. I see airlines, they just flashed a couple of times. But yeah, SPY's even trying to tick up. And then again, like I said, Defense just started waking up. RTX only like 20 or 30 highs on the day. That just went green there not too long ago. Joby. All right, man. It's early. It's early, but not really. We got Euro close in 30 minutes. That might change some of it, but yeah, man. I think our work is it's all. That's it. It's just momentum at this point, and then wherever else we're gonna get with the follow-up data or whatever Trump says, and then think peace deal, all the other stuff on Friday, but. This was already, you're broadening out. It already dodged even the core CPI. So I still think we could end up very different by the end of the day. But, oh, yeah, I think your movement's already in motion. Staples, tech. Today's just not a tech day. And that just means tomorrow tech either turns on or not. Euro close. We got a video on it on the trading fraternity. All right. Give me a second. I need a pro. I didn't even ball yesterday. I need to get me a pro. I need propaganda. I can't get that. Come on, bro. Okay, I'm gonna just make you listen to a Jesus music. So, I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Boomer! What up, baby? Good morning. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib before I said it. Keep it real, it's not the... Alright, where's my propaganda? I just wanted a protein, bro. I was up an hour earlier, bro.
To this morning's CPI print, we've been close to session highs for most of the morning, on track for a record close. S&P 64.17.
All right, you're moving up a little bit. See if big tech goes.
VIX, by the way, a 14 handle this morning. A very little volatility coming in the wake of that print.
Yeah, I know you're a little worried about the hotter core numbers, but market's not worried about it. And the market is telling you that the Fed is going to go in September. The core number came in line with expectations, and the overall number at 2.7% just has not reflected a big increase as a result of tariffs. You just don't see that in the goods prices in a way that was expected. And what we're seeing now is this rally, small caps having a bid, up 2%. On this idea that the Fed's going to be cutting.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see. We got some steepening, though, as we got market took a second look at the print this morning, and we got the long end with yields on the rise, 10-year back above 4.3. Let's begin with this morning's CPI data. Joining us this morning, Morgan Stanley Wealth Management Chief Economic Strategist and Global Head of Thematic and Macro Investing, Ellen Zentner, is here at Post 9. It's great to have you back.
Hey, good morning.
We've been talking all morning long about the print read versus expectations versus the direction of travel, and whether the latter is a little more worrisome.
I don't think either is worrisome, I mean, in my view. And look, it's been very difficult for the Fed to stick to this we're not going to do anything mantra because inflation is coming, right? And we are seeing it come through in goods prices, just not as much as people thought, and probably not yet. But how long for the Fed can you wait when Chair Powell already acknowledged downside risks to the labor market, and that was 2 days prior to getting the latest jobs print. So now definitely there's downside risks to the labor market. And given that they're modestly restrictive, his own words, you don't need to be as restrictive. That makes it a very low bar to cutting in September.
Because the asymmetry is worse on employment than it is on inflation?
I think so. And I think that it's going to be easy for the Fed to get consensus to cut in September.
Oh, man. You can, but, man, the only thing that's going to free you is discipline. I've been trying to tell them. That's the only thing that's going to free you. Well, actually, the Lord Jesus Christ, but don't get me started. You know what I'm saying? But good morning. Definitely. Oil's on the high now. That's a little different. See if that ends up going green today, that'll be new. That was red most of the day. You just got Boeing delivery numbers. That one's moving up. And SPY, bro, it's slowly melting up. You're a quarter past the half. So again, it took you all day, even from the morning, you couldn't get past this 0.5. Most people were expecting a 0.5 move for that type of, number that we got this morning. Again, some higher on core, lower on headline. So very interesting. Pizza. That's on the high. You got Intel going up right now as well. Again, watch Boeing. I haven't looked at SPR. HII, that's another defense name on the high. So like I said, we just had RTX starting to go up, and then you got Boeing data. Come on, you get the Mag 7, we make a move, yalla, you have an Intel. Yeah, high ticker is almost fully, bro. Look at it. It's been like that for the last like 30 minutes, an hour, but then you've only moved like 7 points. Other days, the high ticker wouldn't even move, and the SPY could go 10 points if it's just max 7. All right, 64.21. You're 3 points away from an all-time high on the SPX. The S&P, the SPY already hit it. The SPX itself is a little bit off. But yeah, you're going up 3/4. NASDAQ matched up as well. Equal weight, surprisingly, is outperforming. Equal weight's already up by 1.1, and then Russell is close to 2% with the Dow at 1% as well. So not bad, man. Not bad at all. And then Sam Altman has responded to Elon Musk. Sam Altman, Elon Musk beef is entering the Twitter space, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, Elon tweeted, kept talking shit about Apple, and Sam Bankman says, will you sign an affidavit that you have never directed changes to the X algorithm in a way that has hurt your competitors or helped your own companies? I will apologize if so, says Sam Altman. Can't stop, won't stop, bro. Long term. No, I don't take philo requests, brother. I'm sorry. In the sake of freedom, I philo as I please. Wherever my search and relationship with the Lord takes me, I just share it with you. So that's why, that's why you can't even be like, oh, it's about me. I don't know if it's about you. Pray for discernment. All right, yeah, dude. VIX below 15 is crazy. That's what I was saying yesterday, man. You guys remember that, like, the other day we were just at what, 20 on the VIX, 22, and then you're now at a new low. So again, like, that volatility. That's why that like whole cheap put thing. So just be ready when hard landing odds go below like 5%. Then there you go. Then you will be good to go. What is that? Boeing? No, Salesforce deepens partnership to accelerate customer workflow. It looks like a pump article, like fluff. Something on CRM. I don't think it's really informational. Free the Chads until the Chad free. A Royal Rumble. No, man. With Elon, I'm so like, you guys know I respect Elon a lot. Like, I respect Elon and everything he's done. But then I'm also like, he is such a... Yeah, but I was telling y'all from day one, bro. Zuckerberg would have whooped his ass. You want to know how I know? Zuckerberg ain't posting fucking anime girls every single day. Apple. Oh, there he is. All right, man. You got Apple moving up. That's our first big tech. I don't know if we have a headline or anything, but that is moving. And then Boeing's starting to break out a little bit as well, too. Yeah, bro. Zuckerberg would have whooped it, man. Zuckerberg ain't posting no AI girls every day. And, oh, look at the horse. The knight. The shining knight. Oh. Fucking Elon. No. Like I said, I respect Elon. I never thought he was cool. Like, as a personality-wise, I've always respected what Elon has done and accomplished, and I respect his mind, and I never thought he was cool. That I never was. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg, I always thought he was a lizard. I always thought he was a lizard. And I'm in the lizard family. I understand. Okay, NVIDIA's coming up. NVIDIA's about to literally go green. You already have the broadening out. I'm seeing everything, even food plays. Staples are going to break out. SPY has already done it. And again, you're getting Apple now and a few others. So if that starts moving, you will be good to go. partied with Elon, you have a video of him rolling balls. I will never share. Winky face. So unfortunately, without sharing the video, you just come off as weird as Elon. Like I was saying, that's kind of that gives off the anime girl vibe to me. So that's cool, but without the video, it leaves us we're at a sticking point, unfortunately. Yeah. That's how it goes. That was a very Elon comment of you. That was a very Elon comment. And I don't know if you developed the Neuralink. So that's... Intel again. Cardinal, you had Centene up. Look at the high ticker, though. SPY's at a high. Like, literally, you're breaking out. Volatility is dropping. You're continuing. Kind of surprising, man. Are we past Powell? Let me see if we're past the non-farms Powell thing. But, yeah, man. Almost. So, again, this was Powell, the day after Powell. So, you're 2 points away from that. Now we're breaking out of that range. If it does, it could be good if we go up, but... we're going to still play some of the data game this week. But then if all of the data confirms, you might start hitting up higher levels. I'm surprised. I thought the core was going to slow you down a little bit. And we'll take it. We will take it. FIS. Again, banks all day in China. That's been the second half of the day. Google rolls out preferred sources in search. That's good, man. It's not like their search was struggling due to AI. That's good. Limit it more. The Circle, I think, had earnings. Okay, Micron, Disney, a lot of other ones. I put AFP, that's the AMD one. Oh my goodness. Now you could pick your go-to news sites or blogs and Google will push them to the top. Okay, maybe that'll be good. You guys got to throw in Stock Market Live. Yeah, Cardinal. Again, Cardinal's down though, like 8% still. So they had a bad earnings, but they're starting to go. I see SPG. That's a real estate name, but yeah, kind of surprised. I haven't seen too many of them go up. Yeah, I think real estate index is down. SPG is a real outperformer. I was just telling you, though, the other day, bro. I had to, like, trying to figure out, like, something. I used to be able to, like, Google it, but Google sucks. It's just different. Like, I found better results on troubleshooting by just asking AI. It was actually insane. Like, usually you could, like, if you have an issue with, like, anything, Adobe, you have a computer problem, you could Google it and have an answer. Now I just go to AI. Because AI will actually, like, tell you what to do. It's actually insane. I'm very disappointed that Google search is not what it was just a couple years ago. Yeah, I keep putting up these restaurants because some of them are moving pretty weird. And then some of the food plays are going up. Hymns. Oh, dude, I said Boeing delivery numbers. I was waiting in the China, but it came at the right time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. Peach Nation, I don't know what you're doing right now, but you should get your ass up, baby. Horn! Oh my God, where is the horn? I can't find the horn. Oh, there it is. Ah! Oh my goodness. God bless America. God bless Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, baby. How you doing? Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Happy CPI. Oh, the Peach. Man, the Peach has outlasted CPI. You know that? Inflation. The Peach has remained stable. Jerome Powell has sought to achieve price stability. What he should have sought out was Peach stability. Because if he just modeled himself after the Peach, I think we would still trust him. But he didn't. So it is what it is. But I could still count on Bradley Frizzle. Amen. Good morning, baby. You're blessed, brother. Good morning. Woo! Feeling good, baby. Yeah, it's the beginning of the week. And that's, I mean, hey, if we're dodging bullets too with the data, the market, all-time highs, nothing's getting in the way. We get to, this could be a good summer. So far, we're what, 12 days in, almost halfway through. Zero seasonality. Even the VIX coming down like we're talking about right now. The VIX hit a low, but usually seasonality for VIX increases from here. So it's just looking good, man, for now, even with hot core. Oh, brother. So, yeah, man, there's a lot. But good morning. And it's 11:15. It's still mad. We're 15 minutes away from Euro close. So, yeah, man, this day is still very, very early. The China ships that collided? No, I didn't see it. Dude, that explosion yesterday at the plant in Pennsylvania, that one was crazy. South Korea court orders arrest of wife of ex-President Yoon. Associated Press. You guys remember that coup last year? But yeah, they're saying they're arresting his wife, or ex-wife, or ex-president's wife. This is confusing me. Judge accepts Terraform Labs founder guilty plea of 2 charges over $40 billion collapse in crypto. That was 30 minutes from your house. Are you okay, bro? That explosion looked insane. There's a video of it. I thought MRK was going up. Yeah, MRK is staying down now. So we'll see. Oh, and the chips have been very weird as far as today has been concerned. They've been like in the middle, like some like Asmil and Broadcom have gone up. And then Intel's been holding good. Again, the Intel CEO stuff, that did not end bad from all the stuff that we had yesterday. eBay on the high. You work there? What? You work at that plant? Oh man, I'm glad you're okay. That's crazy. What happened? Were you there, or were you hopefully you had a day off and we're on stream, I hope. MPWR, and then AMD and Jeffries. Again, financials have done very good this morning, so watch out for that. But what was it? Oh no, which one was it that I wanted to click? Oh, I fucked that one up. AMD, that was the one. And then silver is going up too. Beyond, there's a couple of new highs. Again, I'm just paying attention to the count on some of these new ones. Otherwise, it's the same stuff. NASDAQ going up. You got a leadership with Dow and the small caps. And then, again, a couple of the big tech. That could really either change everything to the upside, or if the big tech gets really bad, that'll just level us out here by the end of the day. But other than that, I'm paying attention to anything new. But I don't think we're going to get anything too crazy. Philip Morris keeps selling off. BBY on the high too. ERJ, that's related to Brazil, and that's kind of running. Remember, we had those Brazil comments yesterday with Besant, and you kind of got a reaction. And then, yeah, AMD. That one keeps going up. And Invitis. But yeah, AMD's on the high right now. I am Dizzle. Oh, I want to see that. I didn't see the China video. Oh shit. Bro, this is real? Dog, this looks like video game footage. Oh, dude, look at this. Why are
nothing beat?
Why? Oh, I was like, why are they giving me this music, bro? No, yeah, bro, look at this. Bro, this looks fake. These are Chinese military ships. Bro, look at this. Dog, that's insane. How did all three? That almost was 3 boats colliding. Yeah, bro, that's nuts. And the other one just got taken out. It looks like a video game. Well, there you could have housed the vets with that one, but we won't have that conversation. Yeah, these boats are expensive, bro. I've learned a lot about boat pricing in the last quarter. I did appreciate the Pooh Bear meme. I do. You have no idea. I think that really made that one. Katos on the high. That one already has 100 high. Staples coming down again. So see what equal weight does. Watch if big tech gets a lead or not. And then 8 more minutes till Euro close, and then we'll see where this will all take us. You're doing a fantasy football punishment at Taco Bell for 24 hours. Each cheesy gordita takes off 1 hour. Well, listen, brother, with all love, if you don't have a lawn term and or a crib, I'm going to slap the shit out of you, okay? That's it. I'm just saying. Man, if you have given this fantasy football shit more of your time, then I'm gonna just send me your long term and I'll give you your account back, okay? Because I'm gonna write down your name and I'll have it, but yeah, I'm not that. So add that to your fantasy football punishment. Not only do you have to go through that, but telling your stock guy that now he's like, what the fuck? I don't even know if you have a long term or not. Do you have a crib and now you're wasting 24 hours for cheesy gorditas, brother? So now look at that punish. That just got worse. It just got worse. I can't believe it. So yeah, send me your long term and I'll get you unbanned eventually. Thank you. Coca-Cola on the low. Again, Pepsi was already running and came down. I put CCJ up. Uranium was running on that. And silver for the last like 5 minutes. That one's still going. Yeah, silver just went green. So that's a little weird if you look at it compared to dollar and even gold. And then travel still has a bit as well too. All right, Airbnb, bro, everything. From like hotels to even like travel services. So not bad. Not bad at all. Win on the high. Win. That's kind of a China play when you think about it. Finally. All right, man. 5 more minutes, you'll get Euro close. See if this changes or not. If it doesn't, then I think it'll be easy. Otherwise, if it changed, remember yesterday we looked one way, and then after like an hour after Euro close, it really shifted. So for now, we're going up. That's what I'm saying. If Euro close doesn't bring any changes, then that's whatever the setup is today. But if we kind of do the drop, pop, hit the VWAP, and then before you know it, 10:30 we're not moving, then yeah, it will look different. So yeah, I hope you're ready for it, and hopefully it's not chopping you up too bad. We got some still moves. Again, we got to monetize in the morning. I made one mistake play on HPI, but yeah, all I did was take profits on MSOS, and I got a cheap value. I think it's rotation money, if anything. Even like healthcare, some healthcares did bad, and then some did good. That gives me signs of rotation. Again, we watched staples and other things go up while other things either stayed steady or went down barely. So even though the data was bad on core, just today didn't bring panic. It didn't confirm the narrative, rate cut odds. It confirmed all of that. So as weird as it may sound, nothing really changed today. That sounds weird because we were hoping we had a big change from 2 weeks ago at the non-farms, and we were hoping that today's data would have provided that opportunity. But even after the data, even if it's slightly off, slightly in line, all it shows is that, yeah, same plan. September rate cuts, December rate cuts. Maybe the economy will randomly slow down, but for now, it's not. So here we are. Here we are. I think Vegas is just terrible. Nah, it used to be. Back in the day, it used to be where, like, if Las Vegas would slow down, it was like a sign of the consumer. But I don't think Las Vegas is slowing down because of the consumer. Las Vegas is slowing down because they're overcharging everybody. Do you guys know they don't have free valets anymore? That blows my fucking mind, Las Vegas. What's wrong with you? Bro, it used to be in Las Vegas back in the day, every hotel had a free valet, and then they would steal shit from your car because it's Las Vegas. I was fine with that. It was a free valet, of course. You stole my sunglasses that I left in there. I should have known better. But, bro, you go to Las Vegas. Yo, gold is ripping. Again, you had the jump there on silver like I showed you, but yeah, gold is starting to pop now. That just went red to green. Silver did it first by like 1%. But yeah, it's moving out now. No, bro, it's crazy. Like Vegas, you have to pay for parking now. Yeah, they charge you. They just overcharge you for everything. Like, that's what I was telling you guys. You guys keep asking me about where the consumer, who pays the price. I'm like, do you not realize what some of these companies have done to the margin recently? I know they've wasted a lot of it, so the actual profit doesn't look that way, but dude, they're killing it. And these places have raised up prices tremendously. And whether it's services or items, there is a lot. Wow, are you ready? That's it, Chad. Game over. New BLS chief, E.J. Antoni, suggests suspending the monthly jobs report. Yeah, that's crazy. I kind of like it, though. I think Powell has had this idea, or he's talked about this with the Fed. But yeah, the new BLS chief is saying, fuck it, we'll do it like once every 3 months, like earnings. That's crazy. Some new changes, mother. Know what I'm saying? BTAI on the high. Hey man, bro, I like it, but I like the motivation, but I don't. I like action, baby. I like action. I want to see more of it. I don't even want compliments. I just want to see lawn terms and houses, and you know, happy chads. Happy lawn terms create happy chads. Y'all don't see how happy I am every day. Like you don't see I'm just frolicking through life and just woo, Jesus. Yeah, so we need lawn terms. You got to get it, baby. That's it. We could talk about it for 7 hours a day, but what's going to matter is saving the money and applying it and really sticking with it and refusing to go backwards, refusing to delay. Please, you guys, like, I hope you see my attitude towards a lot of the reactions. Like, dude, please don't delay. And please, if you know the truth, bro, don't fuck it up and go backwards, because, like, unfortunately, you're going to get the same treatment when it's all said and done. If you fall behind on your own choice, you guys, a lot is expected and called of you. So live up to it and fight for it, bro. Don't give it up. Don't give up and try to go backwards. And, you know, when push comes to shove, that's what I'm saying. The talking is great, but you're going to have to make a decision to either follow the rules or not every single day. And I hope you do it. Yeah, what's Google? Perplexity makes $34 billion offer for Chrome. That's really low. I think people wanted what? Weren't they saying like 70 billion for Chrome? So yeah, they got a low ball. That's why Google's moving off of that. Oh yeah, let's do some push-ups. I'm down. NYT on the high. What is this, New York Times? Hi. Yeah, that's again. They remember when people with what's it called, Chrome? They thought it would go for. Dude, I think they said 100 billion. I could find you the first one, but yeah, that's why it's having that candle. 35. I think if they gave Google a stake in it and then fucking the AI owned the browser, that'd be huge. But yeah, it's a 34.5 billion unsolicited offer. But I want to say the expectation was like 70 to 100 billion prior. Let's see, 1 year. I do have 100 billion. Yeah, remember though too? Remember we had that play? When was that? July 9th. Remember the OpenAI browser? And we hit those puts. So that connects to that piece of news. I'm trying to see the valuation. Yeah, 100 billion. So it's a lot lower, 35, but if an AI company bought it, that'd be dope. Very interesting. BTO. Oklo's going up too. All right, SPY's trying to work its way up. Again, if we could get some Mag 7 moving, that's it. Yeah, they're not willing to. Not at that price. They did reject it. There's a Wall Street Journal one and another one, but again, the context is the like, look at the red candle. Just remember when we were talking like Chrome spinning off, they were talking much higher than 34 billion. Even though 34 billion is a lot of money, that's not as much as you would think Chrome would be worth, surprisingly. Kroger on the low. All right, man. Yeah, let's do some push-ups, bro. Stand up, move around. Get the body moving. I got to get my toe workouts. I don't know if I have any propaganda to play in the background. But I'm down, man. Move around.
Transactions and payments or investments using USDC.
CSX
so we
on the
have
high.
this really large
CSX
network.
kind of ripping.
And there's demand for these digital dollars, and those digital dollars, are essentially, purchased using existing money and then issued as digital currency and are in free circulation on the internet. And so that money stock on the network that's moving around, and we also noted we saw tremendous growth in the amount of transactions on the network, $6 trillion of transactions in Q2, and seeing that accelerate into Q3 as well. So we have this very high velocity, high transaction money on the network, and we monetize that through the reserve returns. And so, what we really focused on this part of the business is growing that money stock. And there are a lot of different views as to how fast stablecoin money supply is going to grow. There's an optimistic view of a 90% CAGR for the next 5 years. There's, the lowest view is a 25% CAGR over several years. And so we tend to be on the more conservative side when we think about that from a kind of outlook perspective. But, we grew 90% year over year. That obviously drives top line as well. And year to date, we've grown 49% as of August 10th, which is very strong growth. And that, again, driving and supporting that top line, while we also build out all of these new products with new revenue streams in subscriptions and services and in transaction fees. And so we're continuing to build those out as well.
You go through going public, you go through your first quarter as a public company, and the first thing the market's going to ask you is about inorganic growth. What's your M&A strategy, Jeremy?
I mean, look, we are a technology company. We're very focused on software-powered innovation. That's really the heritage, my heritage and the rest. And so virtually everything that we've done here has been organic. We love building software and software technology. And we have done acquisitions. We've actually done 3 acquisitions this year. One was a product and technology that's allowed us to accelerate our entry into the yield-bearing token space with USYC. We had some big news with that in the quarter as well. And then 2, our teams and intellectual property acquisitions, both of which supported our efforts to launch ARC. And so where we find great intellectual property or technology and great people, we see that as a very natural thing to do to kind of augment and bring speed and velocity to our product development initiatives. But we're not really here to go do huge acquisitions and try and roll things up. That's not really our approach. So we'll look at things and of course continue to make acquisitions where it makes sense. But this is not an M&A play in the sense that people understand.
Jeremy Allaire, taking us across the business. We thank you, hot on the heels of your earnings, as Circle's CEO. Now, we just want to return to some breaking news more broadly about financial markets, not just stable coins, but about data, in particular labor statistics. Bloomberg International Economics Policy Editor Michael McKee joins us now on some reporting done by Fox about, well, the person who's going to be potentially taking over labor statistics for the United States and his view on how often they should be. Just break down the news for us.
Well, it's a kind of a strange situation because he made these comments before the president announced that he was going to nominate him. He did an interview with Fox, and apparently they didn't run it until now, but he said maybe, given the poor jobs report that we had, maybe we should suspend the jobs report each month until we can get the numbers fixed. It's the president who thinks that the numbers are wrong, not the statisticians. And you guys get that? That I'm not sure why you would do that, because this would mean that Wall Street would have nothing to trade on in terms of jobs reports, and I know why that would not go over well.
No, it'd be good, but dude, that's crazy. So he didn't just say that. So the guy, the new BLS dude, he didn't just say that comment. They're saying he said that a couple of weeks ago, and Fox decided not to air it till right now. That's weird. So that means he made this comment in in an interview weeks ago, and then Trump nominated him, and now they're playing. They hid it. They kept it. They kept it on the shelf, and now they're putting it out. Interesting. But no, again, Wall Street may not like it, but
people have talked about this idea of not, even Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell has talked about having the Fed people talk less, or if they did the meetings once every quarter instead of once every month. So, you know, the way we've gotten volatility, daily options, the data, the revisions, all of it, this isn't a novel concept. People have brought this up. It just hasn't happened. But, you know, people have talked about suspending the jobs reports or even the Fed and Fed stuff. Instead of every month, every week, you just do it like once a quarter or once every 6 months. So it would limit transparency, but at the end of the day, too, if maybe we've had this talk about too much transparency, or call it whatever you want, because they talk a lot, but is it transparent? That's what I'm saying. I think it's a misnomer, because we think hearing the data is transparent, but if the data sets you on the wrong path and confuses you, why is that called transparency? When it's not, I don't think it's transparent. Yo, the railways, CP's going up. Again, I had CSX up there. Meta's starting to run. That's the first big tech. Again, Google's going through all these little headline moves, but again, if Meta could start to move, if we could get a couple big techs, I think that'll help out. But if big tech goes up and everything else comes down, then yeah, you'll give it up. Look at SPY's going down. Believe or not, Habibi. Believe it or not. Yeah, you may not get the Wall Street just won't get the gamble on it. The dollar, Micron on the high, Cyber. I haven't looked at any of the software, but again, CP, CSX, some of the other railroads, they're all moving up. So watch out for that. EEM on the high. Interesting. And then Vale, I had another one, ERJ. That was Brazil. So we haven't heard anything on trade. We got to hear the Korea stuff and all that, but nothing else. All right, SPY's still up there again. You got Meta as far as big tech, and then it is Euro close. Oh wait, I'm gonna put that back on. I went to the bathroom and then I didn't
into the interface that we all use on the web every single day and get in front of far more people. This would give them a major head start on that front. But again, this is a lot of money that we don't think they currently have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reading the story, and you'll forgive me, Seth, I'm just reading it in real time. Perplexity says it's going to invest $3 billion over the next 2 years in Chrome and Chromium, right, which is the underlying open source coding that supports a number of browsers, and also that they're going to extend a substantial offer to Chrome talent. I mean, I'll leave some of the details to you, but what do we make of that? What else are we reporting?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think they're trying to show that they'll be a good steward for a platform that's used by billions of people around the world while continuing to move forward with their own venture in injecting AI capabilities into key internet functionality.
Well, we're expecting that ruling from Judge Amit Mehta in coming days on the remedies that they want to see to prevent what it sees as Alphabet and Google being some sort of monopoly when it comes to search in the United States. Bloomberg's Seth Fiegerman on the breakdown of Perplexity's offer for Google Chrome. Let's just return to the overarching geopolitical story of US and China right now. We've been talking a lot about how China is urging its domestic firms, AI firms, not to use NVIDIA's H20 chips. This after the US agreed to revenue split for allowing AI semiconductors from NVIDIA, from AMD to re-enter China. Now, Bloomberg opinion columnist Dave Lee wrote about this yesterday, about the decision by the White House, and also what it would cost the US in terms of an AI advantage. The story moves on continually. But what was so striking about your story was, look, if there's a 15% cut taken by the US government to allow AMD and NVIDIA to sell into China, the winners are NVIDIA, maybe less so now, but China. Why would China, clearly seeming to push ahead in terms of its own AI semiconductor offerings?
Well, one of the things that H20 chip would allow more quickly is scale, right? I mean, one of the things this chip is good at compared to what China's capabilities are now is it can do more inference, so it can run the
I think that's the black
that AI
swan.
Is built for.
You guys don't want
that's
to hear
something
it.
that we don't
I
think
have
domestically
a black
they
swan.
can
I
catch
already
up on
said
for a couple of years. And
Do
so,
you guys want to hear it, or
this
do you guys want to go in
China's
peace today?
aggression and trying to
because I don't have fear. I don't worry about shit. So I would hate to tell you something that you end up worrying about. Well, I'm not worried.
Start integrating AI.
I'm still doing my toe workout, but I don't know if
Chinese life, and therefore continue to make it a global player. The question is, and where the story has moved on since I wrote those words, is China now going to look to sort of almost stop that from happening in order to protect its domestic supply? How's it going to balance trying to make sure AI is used as much as it can in China, whilst making sure that its homegrown effort is still built upon as quickly as possible?
So, Dave, on your piece, and I appreciate a lot has changed actually in 24 hours. Just take mine and Caro's word for it. It's been a nightmare doing this for the last 24 hours. But your final point is that there are two winners here, Nvidia and China. But you don't say the United States is a winner.
You guys get mad at how I say Nvidia?
Trump is supposed to be the deal maker. But your conclusion seems to be actually good deal for Nvidia, but America in aggregate. That's what I want to get from you.
What I'm saying isn't true.
I mean, look, if the concern over exporting these chips existed this time last week, I don't think the 15% revenue cut.
No, y'all get mad at how I say Nvidia.
It doesn't seem like a good
and y'all, where's everybody?
What's essentially quite a dramatic change in national security policy.
So what do you and Nvidia, however you want to say it. There's no R, mother.
Go forward with this. I guess one of the dynamics.
That's a hard R, Nvidia. Yeah, what the hell, bro? That's racist. I don't even think that's insane, bro. So y'all talk all this shit to me. What did I do? I just get say 10%. Let's eliminate poverty. They trying to sell you bonds and Bitcoin, and they don't. They're like, fuck the bond, buy the work, buy a gambling bond. You want some Bitcoin?
Saying to Nvidia, you might have got your permission from your masters over there in the US, but we also hold many cards as well. And unless we get more of what we want in these trade deals, then we may not allow the sale of these chips in the country. And look, for Nvidia, China is a very, very important part of its business. It's billions of dollars revenue, could be billions of dollars more. They had to write off billions of dollars when the restrictions on the H20 were going to put in place. So I think it really matters to Nvidia to please both companies.
Nvidia, man, this is you. I can't now. Yeah, you thought I was annoying. Anyways. Well, listen, you can't like it for the 10. I'm gonna just, the stakes have been raised, brother. I need a membership. I need a new member, not a Chad buying a membership for somebody else. I need a new member to unlock the Black Swan 10. That's it. That's the only way. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep working out my toes. Okay.
It was America's national security concern about how China would use those chips in the military context.
You get to watch the Watchlist
24 hours later, after the president cut that deal, is China saying, we have national security concerns and we want to champion our own domestic names. Who has the upper hand in this negotiation?
Well, I think that for China, a lot of the signaling that it has been engaged in is largely performative. We know that the Chinese continue to lack the capabilities that the NVIDIA H20 chips offer. And so to some degree, there will be strong demand from the Chinese for the use of the H20 chips. But of course, as was pointed out previously,
Zach, they did it.
Want to continue to strengthen its domestic.
They say, "I'll do it, Josh." That's 3 of them.
And
I didn't even ban 3. I think I banned 3 people today.
Providing support to
we just replaced them with tinfoil.
Like
that's amazing. All right, fuck these Bloomberg Nvidiars. What the fuck are they saying? Nvidia. Oh man. Anyways, I love you, baby. So thank you for becoming members. I wanted to see. So I'm glad we could make a nice trade. You see that? We're traders. We just made a good trade. So here's your Black Swan. Are you ready? I would like to widen the spectrum of thought. I don't know if this is true, but let me put it this way. The more and more I hear people, people tell me something is impossible, right? And what I'm going to tell you is going to sound impossible. But that's why I like it, because then I'm like, yo, man, I think this is... Yeah, this is, it's very contrarian. That's it. It's just unexpected. So, yeah, I brought this up the other day, but, like, listen to it, bro. Listen to what everybody is talking about and what they're saying. And I'll just put it this way. What if there was a world where China is actually worlds ahead of us on AI? I think that would be the Black Swan. While you're arguing about what chips to sell them, what if in 5 years we want to buy their chips? And nobody could wrap their head around that. Yeah. Think about it. You guys are telling me these little, like, white boys and the EB5 visas are outperforming the fucking 20 hours a week China kids? I don't believe you. I'm sorry, I don't. As somebody who works really hard and I'm different from Western culture, I don't believe you. I really don't. And then, no, for real. And they were hiding their economy for the last 4 years. You have no idea what the fuck is going on in China. And then anytime I ask somebody, they answer hella confidently. It's not, you know what I'm saying? That's just, think about it. If I tell you to tell me about China, you're going to tell me very confidently what they're not. But I'm like, are you sure? Like, how do you know? So yeah, bro, I don't know. I think the black swan is that, like, think about what that would do to just like DeepSeek. You saw it already in the beginning of the year, but like, what if there was a world where China, they're actually ahead of us in AI? And again, nobody believes that. The reality is right now America is the number one leader. That's why what I'm saying sounds insane, but you know, whether it's true or it happens at a later level, like, that might be the black swan. That wouldn't be good. But I'm only bringing this up because we're listening, and the more and more I hear people, I'm just like, well, the contrarian idea would be China is the US. So that would just destroy every narrative, and that would be a black swan. That would be completely unexpected. Most people right now wouldn't agree with that or could wrap their head around it. So yeah, man, I don't know. But yeah, so thank you, bro. You new members, you guys unlocked that. I would have had to make everybody go to the watch list, but just in real time, bro, listening to that conversation, and then we're waiting on China and all of it, and then again, all this chip stuff. I don't know if it's true. Like I'm saying, I believe I know US is really far ahead. Again, I'm working a lot in AI, and I have a lot of stuff that I'm doing, so I recognize the importance of US tech. Yo, there's a Biogen Alzheimer obesity combo? What the fuck? This makes no sense. Yeah, Biogen says they see potential in Alzheimer's obesity. What kind of stack is this, bro? I don't get it. They're like, yo, it cures Alzheimer's and you lose 20 pounds. How is that related? I don't know. You get good memory and weight loss. Fucking Americans. That's such an American thing. Yeah, that's coming out now. Biogen hasn't moved in a long time, but that's a weird combo. Kinda down. For real, that sound like a thematic ETF. But it's like their drug combo. But again, that's been going all day. SPY's still near the high. ELF keeps going up too. I've been seeing that recently. But yeah, man, like I'm saying, I think China is really important, man, for trade, for value, for AI, and we keep getting strung along. But whenever we get the answer, the truth about China, I think that's going to be a very big opportunity. So yeah, I'll be looking. I'll tell you, man. And now you guys are members, so you guys better watch the watch list. I'm telling you. Don't you ask somebody who watched the watch list lately. They know what I'm talking about, bro. So I'm glad to see you. They're saying Alzheimer's is a third type of diabetes because of the oversupply of glucose causing inflammatory damage in the brain. That's crazy. That makes sense. Alzheimer's, nobody knows though. That's it. Alzheimer's is one of those that's why whoever figures out the Alzheimer's drug that's gonna be a very profitable company. But for now, that's a very elusive cure. Intuitive player. What up, baby? Good morning. I said a pun. I didn't do it on purpose. I don't even know what I said. But I know what the Lord said. He said he has plans for good for all of you, not plans for bad. So amen. Amen. And he says he is the way, the truth, and the light. Amen. Amen. Oh, nobody knows. Oh, I get it. That's sad. That's very sad. You know that. That's it. Because I've had people in my family who's had Alzheimer's. It's the saddest thing, bro. It's so sad. Like, you don't... It's weird because I remember, like, when I was growing up, I was like, what do you mean, like, you forget stuff? It's a disease. How is that bad? Oh, yeah, dude. Once you experience it, dude, it's honestly one of the saddest diseases ever, bro. Like, if you ever... Even dementia, bro. That's why, like, I kind of feel bad for Joe Biden. But, like, I've seen it, bro. It's a trip, dude. It's the trippiest thing you've ever witnessed. Where, like, you can't remember. And they're still the same person. It's very, very wild, bro. So it's very interesting, though. If they do... If you find the cure to Alzheimer's through fucking diabetes and, like, fat, dude, that'd be amazing. That would be... I've heard that theory, but... Yeah, that would be nuts. And that SPY going up right now. You're hitting a new high. Yeah, equal way. All right, man. New all-time high, 64.29, bro. So your grandma would pray for her mind? Amen, bro. You need to. Dude, it's a trip, man. Yeah, wow. A lot of you guys have dealt with it, yeah. That's why if they find a cure, bro, it would help a lot of people. That's why there's a lot of value, but then, you know, they've been studying Alzheimer's drugs for like 10 years almost. And like, unfortunately, you haven't really had any advancements. You had GLP-1s and diabetes advancements before. So that's why it'd be nice. But yeah, dude, look at Biogen's chart. This is all them trying to figure out Alzheimer's. So that's the only thing this company is worth. They're the closest. Jeez, bro. Yeah, a lot of you guys. Well, hey, man, prayers up, bro. And some of y'all, that's what I'm saying. Y'all very, very tough. And I don't know if you guys were there for the caretaker, Philo. But some of y'all are angels, bro. And I really hope, you know, there is a reward. I hope you know that. I don't know if you do know, but, you know, and taking care of people and helping them and the people going through health stuff, bro. And those of you who are with them, it's very good. And that's why, too, please don't gamble. Okay? For real. That's what I'm saying, man. I don't know. Is this too real of a conversation? I don't know if you guys want to have a real conversation right now, but for real, you guys who are caretakers and you have people going through like deep health stuff, you are going to be tempted to gamble, okay? Because you're going to be here. I know some of you you're doing literal healthcare while you're listening, but don't fall for the trap of gambling. And make sure that you get yourself in the right mindset too, because you have bigger, more important things you're handling. Last thing we need is everything else coming into play negatively through like money and gambling. That's not there. And then again, I would like to see good choices be able to make the health journey easier for your family. Like I'm saying, bro, you make good decisions financially and bills could get really bad. But dude, if you do the right thing now and then you're already willing to take care of people, you guys are angels, bro. So let's plant really, really good. So stay away from the gambling. And I love y'all, man. I'm telling you. I got a special place in my heart for all of the caretakers out there. So if you guys are taking care of any of your parents, grandparents, even people you don't know, man, that's a very, very good thing. And that's why I hope you understand your challenge, and I hope you live up to it too in a way where, you know, you move properly. You already made good choices in life to be a helping hand. So don't let the money serve you in this situation. Don't let it become a barrier or get in your way. TOPT. I said vomit? Expedia. And travel. I haven't looked at Oklo. I saw some nuclear earlier. Those are still up. Disney's still going up as well, too.
I did hear about the UFC deal. Yeah, everyone was talking about that. I just hate Paramount. I just hate Paramount. That one's a nonsense. TJX. You joined the membership. Welcome, brother. How are you? Are you ready for a good day? It's already a blessed day. So I hope I see you on the watch list tonight. Because again, we're going to go over the data. I'm sure a lot of people are going to ask why we ended up if it was bad. But then we might not end up. And then again, the rate cut odds in that plan just really has not been altered after today's data. It should have. It could have. Maybe that's a better word to use, but it didn't. So we'll see. Boot SPG, bro. That's the only real estate name I see going up still. Corn stocks came in above estimate. Soybeans came in below. Wheat came in below. And then cotton came in really below. So yeah, you got agriculture numbers, WASDE report. You'll watch it, man. Let's go, bro. And lock in. And that's the beauty, man. I really, as much as I've wanted to highlight a lot of things this year, I really hope that the lack of action has made it simple. You know, because I want you guys to watch the watch list. And if you are a trader and you're going to want to do this for a living, I really think being locked in daily is quite necessary, or you just capping. But even for the long term, bro, like, it's just straight up. I hope it's simple. And I do hope that you guys are able to follow along with it, because I want you to see you don't need to overthink it. It's little by little in preparation. So let's get it, baby. Let's get it. Save 10%. It all starts with 10%. That's it, man. No, bro. I don't, dude. I can't explain. You guys have to come to the farm, okay? That's it. You have to, because you guys think I'm cuckoo. I can't explain it to you, bro. I be like worshiping on the farm, and then a bird just flies right. He'll walk with me, bro. I can't. I sound cuckoo, but you have to be there. It's different. It's crazy, bro. I'm telling you. Even my dad saw it. I was like, bro, come on. These birds, every time I say Jesus, a damn eagle fly by. It trips me out every time. Is that Bitcoin? I bet. Again, gold and silver too earlier, but then they chilled out. Eddie Chabla. Welcome, man. How you living? Research the history of that farm or land? Oh, wow. I've never thought about that. Scam Altman lies as easily as he breathes. Oil numbers coming out. I'm finding the history on this. That's crazy. Oh wow, we existed before the city. No, I'm gonna look into this. That's dope. I never thought about that. Never thought about going that deep in the history. I just looked up the sales history and all the owners, but I never looked up the history of the land. That's funny. The YouTube channel, bro, I was already on YouTube and Instagram for a really long time.
And we had like a private thing, and then I got done with that, and I went live one day on YouTube, and I was just surprised how many people didn't like know stuff. And a lot of people were surprised. They loved it. They liked listening. I liked talking, and then that was a wrap. And then I just did it. And then I gave up my my Wall Street job to do it because I was gonna go work in New York. And then I started streaming, and then my other GP was not down with it. But yeah, and here we are. It was cool. It was a lot of fun, but we did a lot of things happen though. It's like YouTube's a lot of fun, but then it just depends. And like, you know, God and even Philo, that's how it all came up too. And like, you know, that's changed things too with how we operate. But I started even giving Philo out because people would just ask me how the fuck I got what I got and why do I do what I do. But it was a nice little mix. And like I said, always just, if I wasn't streaming, I'd still be here. I would just be on the phone calling for real estate probably. Next logical step, nuclear fallout bunker. Yeah, well, we need food first though. So yeah, we'll see. We gotta grow some food. No, man, yeah, just, I don't know. We had a good community. It was only like 20, 30 people, and then, yeah, I like it, man. But I've been making videos before I streamed. That's what I'm saying. Like, I was posting videos on Bitcoin, believe it or not. Like, I bought Bitcoin at $300, and I made a video. I bought Ethereum at $8 and made a video. We were talking about it through all the first rallies. So, had a lot of tutorials there. I would even challenge Tim Sykes to fights, because I didn't like penny stocks, and I was trying to help the youth. Even 10 years ago, isn't that crazy? Over 12 years ago on YouTube, I was trying to help you guys get away from penny stocks so you could get to the long term, even 12 years ago, and get high quality assets. That's what I was talking about even then. I was pretty young too, if you think about it. But yeah, I was like challenging gurus to fight them. I was like, I'll beat the shit out of you. I said, fight me. Nah, so I was a little angry kid. I've gotten a lot better. Some people still think I'm angry. I'm just a lot more, like, I know my boundaries and my authority now, so I have a lot more fun. But then, yeah, a lot of peace, though. But, listen, though, I'm down to knock out a penny stock motherfucker, though. You know, I'd totally beat the shit out of Tim Sykes still. In love today. Like, I'm not angry. Back then, I was angry at him. Now, I'm just like, I'll whoop his ass if he want me to. But, you know, if he want a Bible, I'll give him a Bible. Whatever he, you know, may the Lord decide. That Forex guy was weird. I remember that one. That was my first foray with like weird Canadians. That was like Canadian scammer foray. They're so weird, bro. The Canadian scammers, bro, y'all just, it's like mixing fucking Drake and Sam Bankman, and it's not a good combo. You know what I'm saying? It's not a good combo. I know, that's what I'm saying, bro. You guys think I'm bad now? Dude, I was really like Glengarry Ross back then. Like, you know that scene, but like hardcore. I mean, hey man, it's how I raised. You know better, you do better. I learned, you know what I'm saying? And we've refined it. But the focus, I've always been focused though. That y'all gotta, yeah, fuck Drake Bankman though. I'm still ratchet. I don't care. That's the thing. You know, above all else, I think in this game, that's why I'm saying though, like for real, and I say this, to God be the glory, bro, and that's why I'm thankful for my belief. But yeah, bro, I've always been like that though. Like, we've been saying whatever the fuck we wanted, and that's it. And that's why it sucks, because anytime, like, when it started getting like canceling, getting banned, demonetized, people would like punish us, bro. But even then, I don't care. And I really hope if I set any example for you guys, you should think for yourself. You know what I'm saying? And God is with you. Jesus Christ loves you. But above all else, man, like, and that's part of my belief. You got to think for yourself. And I hope you do. Always, always. And that's, you know, we learned how to be, you don't want to hurt people. You don't want to be obnoxious and, you know, make your make it worthy and worthwhile. You know, we have a goal and a mission, and we get closer and better at it every day, every year. But yeah, just dude, think for yourself above all. All right, man, get the long term. I'm telling you, the long term paired up with your trading is going to go a long way. That's it. And that's even from 12 years ago. I was trying to put people on the long term, you know, and everybody would get sold trading stuff. And the trading's not bad. You're going to find a way. But if you abandon the long term and you go for trading prior, it's just a bad decision in the long run. And that's why it's like the moment you know about the stock market, if you start becoming an owner, it's going to pay you fucking dividends. That's it. You guys right now, you're in your 20s. If you just owned a stock from the moment you knew about the market and held it, you're going to be better off. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not against trading. I hit 1,000. I hit a 1,700%er today, 1,800. So I was like, I'm not against it, but you have to like prioritize for real. And with a world where everybody's selling you courses and selling you the lifestyle and the dream, and it's funny because I live it. That's the crazy part. But it's like it's not a result of like there's a real way to do it, and I'll show you it. But it's long term. You guys got to go for the long term first. Let the trading add it. Like there's no such thing as quick money. You need to prepare for the long term and the long money. And then when the quick money arrives, you'll be ready to take it, and then you take it. But you don't chase it. Don't ever go after quick money. Don't ever chase it. Do you get what I'm saying? You set up for the long term. If opportunities come your way, you capitalize. And you will be ready. And if it's there, it's there. You did it. You don't have to force anything. But don't chase quick money. Don't chase these opportunities that are going to, especially if it's going to threaten your future. So that is the game plan. I hope to see many, many more follow. So let's go, baby. Easy way to get it slow. No time to trade, only long term. Let's go, baby. And then watch, one of these days there might be an opportunity for it, and it'll be easy, and that'll be great. But also real estate too. So there you go, and you guys got time, even at 50. ATNF 120. Yeah, we should have stole it in the morning. I was gonna take it because of the Peter Thiel, but they didn't have any options. I wanted to go shares, but I don't want to be tied to it. I like the Fannie Mae though. They went down today. Ooh, excuse me. S&P intraday high up 0.9. Yo, where's your girl? What's her name was supposed to come on? Caroline at 10. That was the other 10. So at 7. Now they're doing the other. They're pushing it. No real estate for you. You plan to move to Southeast Asia. So do you just not want wealth? So if you don't want wealth and money, then yeah, maybe. But otherwise, maybe real estate might help your move to Southeast Asia. Believe it or not. That's what I'm trying to share with you guys. You know, real estate has allowed me to do a lot of things. Paired up with the knowledge of the stock market, it has given me the ability to just generate money at will. And I think all of you will have that too. You just got to set it up. So like I'm saying, this is why we got to put in that 10-year investment. But even if you're not going to live in it, you could buy property. Think about it. You could buy rentals that'll pay for your Asia trip or where you're living in Asia. Like I'm saying, yeah, don't make the Andrew Tate mistake and not own it. You could still own the land, bro. You guys could own a lot. You could live wherever you want. But like I'm saying, you get good assets, good equity. You mix it in with long-term and real estate. It's going to allow you the freedom to do what you want and go wherever. No. Listen, why don't you just follow the rules, the steps, like I'm saying. Go buy cheap in America and then go become a digital nomad. Then go wherever you want. Because the properties in Asia aren't going to make you money. You'll fuck around, you'll triple your money in the United States and then do whatever you want. That's what I'm saying. Make U.S. money, get U.S. assets, go do it, go live wherever you want. The world is yours. Pizza, pizza. That's on the high, and then Circle's still going down. But yeah, like I'm saying, that's the plan. I'd like MPW is just real estate, all of them. Once we actually get confirmation, I'm down. But for the most part, I don't want to, until Powell's closer to getting replaced. I mean, none of them, they're all just holding. But there is a good opportunity in real estate. If we get cuts and how it's underperformed, it could be really good. But then again, maybe even the highest quality. We might want to go better quality than MPW. NTR flushing. Oh shit. Yo, NTR down 1.5. It's literally getting knifed right now. You just had the WASDE report, so technically there was data that is related to this company. I don't know if that would have dropped it like that, but that's, again, flushing now 1.5. It hasn't triggered yet, but if that could go any lower. Yeah, all I see is crop report. I think it's reacting to that, to be honest. May not have follow through. You used to own one? Too much headache? Well, I like headaches for money. I don't know how to describe it, but hey man, I wouldn't do what you're doing, but I wish you luck. Eli Lilly. All right, you got a $2, $2.50 pop on Eli Lilly. I haven't looked at, where's UNH and all those? Those faded, all the staple ones. Airlines have been going up all day. MOS is now on the low too. All of these like agriculture related plays are going down. And then SPY is about to melt up again. Financials have been ripping all day as well too. So here you are. Not bad. Equal weight stop moving at 1%. Damn, Russell at 2.1. ATNF, the Peter Thiel one's going. NASDAQ at 1. And then SPY is right below 1. Not bad. Oh, where's the other one? AMD and Intel. Not bad. And then BABA again too, China. You can, yeah, cash management. You put your money to SPACs and then you'll get 3.99 a year. So just like owning a short-term bond, it's really good. And then it's fully liquid. You got to go to your cash management and then turn on SPACs. ATNF, and then SPY just chilling there again. I think if we get more Mag 7 or not, that could run us up. And then Palo Alto, that's a lot of highs though, but it's moving here at the top. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Oh, that's why Eli Lilly's running. I think they're talking about it on CNBC and CRM. But yeah, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. Would you like to buy a membership? They bought memberships today. You know that? Naturally. They did it for the tinfoil. We have 24 new members today. And that's without the Chad going on a spree of buying memberships. Isn't that amazing? And I've only banned like 4 or 5 people, I think. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people. Wow. We're doing great today.
So God bless you, and I will BRB. God bless America.
Like they're going out of business.
No, they're just trading like they're losing the race.
But Jimmy, why are people buying Oracle?
That's a terminal. I mean, losing the race. I mean, that's this again, and I did this yesterday, but if you look at Alphabet, we were talking about existential. That word was being talked about 2 months ago.
But if the mega caps are sucking the oxygen out of the room, why are people buying Oracle? It's a software company. It's in the
building data centers. Building data centers. That's what's promoted it.
So idiosyncratic to
centers.
Salesforce, idiosyncratic to Adobe, even idiosyncratic to ServiceNow. They're not participating recently. There's a problem. There's a challenge in front of them that needs to be resolved.
We mentioned chips. I want to hit that quick because, Brian, you bought more Broadcom, NVIDIA, and AMD.
I did.
Tell me why you did that.
Well, I think Broadcom and NVIDIA are Coke and Pepsi. NVIDIA is obviously the clear leader. Given the fact that the stock had run a little bit too much, we needed to kind of right-size our position. We still love that company longer term, but we're making a bet on AMD and Broadcom to be sub A and sub B under NVIDIA, and those are our three biggest chip company positions.
What'd you think of the deal that was struck with NVIDIA and AMD just to sell their chips into China? China saying, well, maybe we don't want your chips, or maybe we don't want our companies to buy your chips. So maybe it's not going to be all that it was cracked up to be on day one.
Yeah, I think some of that is kind of peripheral and marketing, and obviously it could be positive if it all works out. I mean, we're still betting on leadership at AMD. We'd love that the stock was down. Another point in terms of what Steph was talking about, a great leader that was down on earnings, but revenue was really good. So I think that's provided an opportunity to add to the stock a little bit more.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We're going to talk some retail names, your retail rundown. We'll debate the fate of one big retailer, plus Brian Belsky adding to his position in a key consumer stock. We're back in 2.
All right, man. I kind of want to do another stretch, but I'm fine with it. SEC commissioner not waiting for legislation to work on crypto. Starting process of opening private markets to retail. SEC commissioner. Can we get look-back options? Thank you. On behalf of the retail community. They don't even know they want it yet, but they would love it. Can we please get look-back options? Whoever's listening, Robinhood, any Chinese broker want me to sponsor them? I'll do a sponsorship if you get me look-back options for the people. I don't know. Are you guys into that? Can we get that? Can we get exactly what are look-back options? See, imagine Robinhood. You're supposed to democratize finance. You should show them this, Robinhood. Why am I showing them? I don't get it. Open CPM Capital founder buy. Ooh, Okta. That's fresh high. You already have Palo Alto and some of the other ones, and then Fortinet going. So that's moving. Then SPY hitting a high. Again, high tickers getting pretty active. Literally SPY, 52-week high. Then you got Meta as well, too. I already had Palo Alto up there. You have 100,000 shares of SoFi. So with somebody with a name like Pony Montana, that's insinuating you've known the lore for several years. You know the answer to your question, brother. Come on. So I'm glad you became a member, but you were already a member with your attentiveness. So let that show. Meta's still going. And then Fortinet, like I said, or Fortinet. That's why I put up Okta. That was a fresh high. All right, man. Look at I think it's like 3/4 of the way, just slowly going up. It's only really Meta.
Now. All right, welcome back. Ahead of retail.
But how did you get Pony Montana, but then like you missed the financial info? So, yeah, man, it's there. I have a video on it, an easy video too, but we're not gonna go backwards. Open's still going off of that.
Can you answer it? No. I don't, it's just a waste of time. Like I said, I mean it in a nice way. Like I said earlier, you guys come in falling behind. It's like, we're not going to just go backwards to catch it up. We used to, but at this point, I think it's created more of a enabling environment rather than a learning environment. So I think this is an easy one. And that's why I'm saying it's not really it's a weird conversation. The gate is closing. Amen. Yeah, Fortinet, that's what I'm saying. Software has been very interesting on some of these days. Trump Jr. alts. Oh, it's moving. Alt 5 Sigma. Invest in the spot. If you don't have the discipline to like manage it and you don't want to like focus on it, yeah, not bad. I just wouldn't buy the ETFs when they're at the highs. So we tried to buy a SPY, or we were going to make a SPY ETF at the lows this year if you were there, but I just wouldn't, we couldn't do fractionals. But yeah, it's a same thing as a long term, but different strategy in terms of timing. You get more safety, and then I would just avoid the highs. And then if you're not going to really manage it, you don't have that much time, I mean, just buying the SPY is a good, easy, effective way. But if you can manage and do once a month and, you know, give it the, you know, we've only done 2 actions this year, you could save a lot of money and get a little bit more of upside. But then you risk it. When you go outside of the SPY, you get a shorter time frame, but then you open yourself up to more risk. That's the beauty of the SPY. It's slower, but you're going to capture the moves on the market, and that's what people want. Excited to see the future at Sigma. My brother Eric Trump are fully invested in the vision. I know I wanted the ETF one, but you guys got to see it. I think it gave you a good example, because I was trying to, you saw the order get rejected. That's how I was like, if you want an ETF, this is the time to do it. It was a great time. So, you know, guys playing. Meta's still going. I'm waiting for the 800. I think Meta's helping give you the lift here, but you really need like a Google, Apple, Amazon, and they're all moving kind of slow. Amazon actually came back. Remember, that was down like 1 something. Sweet Green's falling, Asmel running, and then, yeah, again, we are at the new highs. Meta. So what? We're almost 10 points higher. So honestly, it took an hour, but slowly melted like 10 more points higher. All right. And then push-ups. Joint statement by protecting American consumers. Something on maritime industry. Dud. Dude. Dude, Baba. And T-Mobile, that's 40 something highs. I'm saying the fresh ones keep catching my eye. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a cult. And V-ho. Then oil's still down, but that hasn't moved. But again, we got to still wait on that. I don't think it looks good after the Ukraine attack, though. And then 9:30. Move around. All right, baby, move around. I need to do some push-ups. Stand up. Get the body moving. I'll yell at you from here.
Welcome back to the Halftime Report, and a very big welcome to our friends at the Golf Channel as well, as we make a major announcement today. NBC Universal, Versant, and the United States Golf Association are extending their media rights agreement through 2032, a deal thought to be valued around $95 million annually. Mike Wan is CEO of the USGA. He joins us now live. Welcome. This is a very big day.
Hey, Scott, this is a good day. I know you're a golfer and a golf fan, and so it's exciting to be able to say to our fans and everybody who follows the United States Golf Association Championships that 11 of our championships will continue to be televised by one of the best TV production crews in the world when it comes to golf. We put a high value on the fact that this isn't just content for the Peacock. This is in their DNA. This is what they do. We're proud of how they deliver our championships, and we're proud of how they showcase the game. We're excited to do it all the way until 2032 at a minimum.
It's a big day for everybody involved. It's also Versant's first ever sports media rights deal, which is a very big deal. Congrats to Mark Lazarus, of course, and his team. Can you tell us, beyond all of these events that we are going to continue to watch on the networks of NBC and, of course, of Versant, what it's really going to mean for golf fans?
Yeah, what it really means is you'll obviously get the most network hours of any major in the U.S. Open, or the best in women's golf in the U.S. Women's Open or U.S. Senior Open, but you'll also get some of the greatest amateur championships: U.S. Amateur, Women's Amateur, Junior Am, Girls Junior Am, the Walker Cup, the Curtis Cup. You really get to see golfers at every stage of their journey. I always say that at the USGA we have 15 national championships. We don't care if you're a pro or an amateur, if you're a woman or man, if you're youth or old, if you're disabled or full-bodied. We've got a championship that you can aspire to be to. And to know that NBC Universal and Versant are going to bring those championships to life for the viewers is special. This last weekend is a great example. Prime time, Saturday and Sunday night, all of us on the East Coast watching Bandon Dunes and the U.S. Women's Amateur happening on the West Coast. That's it's what makes the game so great. A lot of sports are viewed by fans. This is a sport that's played by fans, over 47 million of them here in the U.S. And they want to play it in the morning and watch it in the afternoon, and that's what we get with NBCU and Versant.
There's some speculation in the weeks leading up to all this that the USGA might split the rights. Was there consideration in doing that?
Yeah, when we went to the marketplace, Scott, we walked in with our full ensemble of championships. And we also said at the time that we're open to looking at this however it could work best for the partner. I think the good news when it came to NBCU and Versant is they really wanted the whole package. They really wanted to make sure that they were covering the United States Golf Association championships, whether we were talking about a girls junior or whether we're talking about the U.S. Women's Open or the U.S. Senior Women's Open. And it really made it nice for us, because when you think about live from golf's longest day, which is the Monday, of the week of the U.S. Open, it's really a special part. And for me to think that we're going to come back from commercial and Mike Tirico will throw it over to Dan Hicks and Tommy Roy will be in both of their ears, that just means we're going to give the fans the best possible showcase of the events we can deliver.
We look forward to that, obviously. Peacock is a big part of this. Netflix was suggested to have made a bid, according to recent reports. Can you confirm that? And also, how are you thinking about so-called legacy media properties versus the streamers in the years ahead?
Well, I got to tell you, I mean, one thing I think that came out of this process for us is we were enthused and honored by the breadth of interest, whether we're talking about other networks, other channel networks, other cable networks, or streamers. I mean, there was interest across the board, and that was exciting for us. And it's a tough process to go through, but as I said in the beginning, we probably put a little extra value on those we know. And we know NBCU, we know the Golf Channel, we know USA Network, and we know the team. We consider them not only partners in the business, but friends in the business. I know it's part of their very DNA, how they deliver golf. And I said this throughout the process. I probably said this to Brian Roberts 4 or 5 times. my goal is to keep the band together. If we can't do it, we can't do it. But I really believe, to your part about legacy, I believe we're creating legacy and how we communicate and to bring the drama out of these great athletes in the greatest moment of their golf journey. So I don't know what's going to happen to the full TV landscape in the long run, but I do know between now and 2032, I feel like I couldn't be in better hands than I am right now.
You mentioned the women's amateur, and there are many women's events that are part of this landmark deal. I mean, you used to be the LPGA commissioner, so this is near and dear, obviously, to you. You've made it a huge priority to grow the game, to find the next generation young girls and young women who are going to be the golf leaders of the future. How do you intend to continue to do that?
They had something this morning, I think.
Well, we're going to give them the biggest stages we can possibly give them. And Bandon Dunes was a great example last week. Primetime coverage to watch two of the greatest female golfers in amateur golf come down to the end and battle it out. If you watch the semifinals, those were some of the greatest match play events we've seen in a long time. And so for me, when I got here, the goal was just to continue to create the stage for women's golf bigger and bigger. We doubled the size of the U.S. Women's Open purse. We provide more TV hours at the U.S. Women's Open. Any other championship, they play that year. We put the U.S. Senior Women's into a major status. To your point, we televise women's adaptive golf, disabled players playing at the top of their game. So I think most importantly, we just want to make sure that no matter where you are in your journey, young, old, professional, amateur, team, individual, we want a championship you can aspire to achieve. And while you're trying to aspire to achieve, that's something you can watch and get excited about. So there's not many sports where you could be a 60-year-old former athlete and say, you know what, I want to play against the best in the world right now. As a washed-up quarterback, there's no place for me to go play my quarterback am. But there is for me in golf, and there's a championship I can aspire to. And if I can reach that level, I can play one of the greatest championships in the game. And so we're excited about our national championships. We're excited about what it means to the players, and we're really excited about our partner in terms of how we cover them.
Generally speaking, do you feel like we've hit an inflection point in terms of participation? I feel like there are more options than ever now, whether it's Top Golf or simulators in whatever town near you that are inviting young people to come in and experience the game, maybe for the very first time, and then you are developing the golfers of the future.
What's kind of interesting, Scott, is you went back 5 years ago. We would tell you that there's about 30 million people playing the game in America. And the stat we used to love is what we called latent demand. There was 6 million people that said, I really want to start playing the game in the next year. And we used to latch onto that 6. If we could just figure out a way to tap into that 6. Jump forward 5 years, 30 million has now become 47.2 million. 47.2 million people playing the game versus 30, just 5 years ago. And really the growth of the game has come in 3 segments: women, juniors, and people of color. If you took those 3 segments out, we'd have pretty modest growth. So the game is blowing up with demographics that in the past we'd had a hard time reaching. What's really cool is now if you asked about that latent demand, how many people after all this growth say they want to start the next year? The number's 24 million. So after all the growth we've experienced, all the new demographics rushing into the game, we now have an audience that says they want to start the game in the next year. That's essentially the size of the audience that we had in the whole game just 5 years ago.
Mike, I appreciate your time so very much. I know I speak for everybody in saying that we're proud to continue this partnership. We wish you the very best.
Thanks for the coverage. We appreciate it.
All right, our thanks to our friends at the Golf Channel as well. Be sure to sign up, by the way, for the CNBC Sport newsletter. This week, Alex Sherman will speak with Matt Hong. He's Versant Sports president about this very deal and, of course, so much more. The headlines now with Contessa Brewer. Hi, Contessa.
Hey there, Scott. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is asking the country's government to lift foreign travel restrictions for men aged 18 to 21. Right now, the men who are between 18 and 60 are barred from traveling overseas because they're considered eligible to fight in the war against Russia.
That's so terrifying.
The Texas State House closed its.
It's so weird how people just ignore that. But anyways, Chadadonia, how you feeling, man? You feeling good? I hope so. So I'm gonna get ready for. Were you guys doing some workouts? I was getting some good ones in while listening to that golf ad. So that was nice. It's a beautiful day, bro. It's a beautiful day.
I have seen those videos. Yeah, it's sad. That's what I'm saying. That is a dark issue people don't want to talk about. A good buy zone, I mean, lower than the year, unfortunately. That's why when I was going to buy it this year and my order got rejected, it was 30% lower than where it's at now. So, yeah, and that was like down on the year. So we're up on the year, and maybe if we get back to break even on the SPY, but you could do whatever you want. I mean, as long as you keep averaging and going from there, you'll find a way, but that's just not my strategy. So, like I'm saying, it's up to you, but we are at all-time highs, so I mean, you're probably gonna have to buy it again. I don't think this will be the ultimate price. CE and then Fortinet again with the software. All right, man, we haven't even had any crazy headlines. I think we should just go to Philo. I just set it up, and I think we're good to go. So, should we do it? Let me get it. All right, ouster on the high. And then all right. Let me get this set up. Philo. Alrighty. So, it's time to go to Philo. We'll do it. It's a little early, but then again, it's been one way. We might still be able to give up a little bit of it, but the end conclusion of today, despite the data, hot or not, it didn't give you anything else except confirming the path for rate cuts. All that's the same. The rate cut odds, September, December, that has all surprisingly stayed the same. So we're going to find out through the rest of it. China's starting to flip right now, I think, or that's a different play. So yeah, watch out for that. But other than that, if you want to be at Philo, I will see you there. Otherwise, if you don't want to hear the God Jesus talk, you could save yourself in many ways. But other than that, we're going to go on over. I think it'll be a good time. So there's the link. It should take you there. We've had a couple of issues with the tube today, but, you know, God's plan, baby. What's meant to be is meant to be. So I'll see you there. Otherwise, have a great day. And you don't have any other, like, events. You may hear Trump, and there is going to be a press briefing, but I don't think you're going to miss anything. So good luck and have fun, and have a wonderful day, and peace.